Okay, we're recording.
Okay. We are starting the meeting. We are starting the recording, blah, blah, blah. Sorry for the confusion. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Joe, blah, 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 blah. Let's get started. Hal should be here in a minute. We're talking about the initiative. The initiative is filed. This meeting is all about, let's have our talking points for the initiative. So I want to do a couple pieces of news first. And then we're going to have go to Joe Payne. He's going to talk about something for 5 minutes. Daniel and I are going to regulate that. Joe Payne's not going to talk for more than 5 minutes. He's just going to talk about something for 5 minutes. And then Daniel's going to lead the entire rest of the discussion. I've already talked a lot with Daniel. People, you have a great moderator in Daniel, Mr. Costa. He is prepped. He is ready to elicit exciting ideas from all of you. Today's meeting, Daniel's going to be fiercely militant about making sure that we are only sharing ideas and not debating ideas. This is all about just as many ideas as possible. I worked with Daniel and he's going to be pulling them out of you. He wants to suck all those ideas right out of your brain and get them recorded. And the idea is, folks, I don't want you to debate. I don't know what the right answer is, and you don't either. We're going to listen to everybody, and then I want you to think about it. Hal's already sent out a logo for people to think out. CalExit, the California Promise. Interesting take. I'm thinking about it. Hannah's already made a lifeboat graphic and sent it out to everybody. I already took that and modified it. And I go, Hannah, this is for everybody to play with. And she goes, yes. We are, and I go, I don't know what the right answer is. We are going to find out. We're going to test marketing ideas. We're going to test logos. And we're going to find out what works. And what the people say is what I think our movement will coalesce. So let me go over a couple notes. Then we're going to go to Joe Payne. And then Daniel's going to lead the talk through talking points. So real quick, everybody needs to know that I sent out an email recently called CalExit's Going Mainstream. What I meant by that is that in 2017, we had an easier time getting members, getting blah, 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 lots of people joining. And it's been a little bit tough since then. You know, we've been able to hold on to members, keep people leaving, but we might be able to bring on people, but it would be like one person at a time. Well, once we filed the initiative, we found out something we didn't know before, ever. Mainstream acceptance. So powerful people connected to power are responding to people in CalExit. Daniel Costa reached out to the California Public Banking people and they responded. He said, I'm with the group. We want to ignore federal regulations on this and this and that. And we love the public banking people talking about, let's get the feds out of our banking. They responded. Stu Hirsch reached out to a sustainability director and said, I'm the ambassador of CalExit. He responded. Hannah Miyamoto reached out to Joe Matthews. I emailed Joe Matthews. He didn't respond to me. He picked up Hannah's email. So that's 3 people independent of me reaching out to people in power saying I'm with CalExit, and they're going, sure, what do you want to talk about? That's never happened before. Never happened in 2017, 2018, 2019, never happened in 2020 till this month. And it was because we filed the initiative. So I know there's some people, blah, 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 the initiative this and that. Folks, if we didn't file that initiative, we wouldn't know what we know now. Mainstream acceptance and people with positions of power are willing to be seen talking to us. That has never happened before. Nothing remotely close, ever. So I'm just saying, you're right. Mistakes were made. I did a lot of those mistakes. The environment now, in many ways, is not as good as it was in 2017. But in many ways, the environment now is better than it's ever been. We've never had mainstream acceptance. We've never had people in power talking to us. So the head of the California Senate asked to join LinkedIn and talk to me the second the initiative was filed. The Michael Feinstein, co-founder of the Green Party, city council member, Santa Monica mayor, also contacted me. I've talked to him for about 4 hours. He's helped refine amendments in the initiative. He's also put me in contact with Californians for electoral reform, Californians for redistricting, and Common Cause. Steve Chesson of Californians for Electoral Reform, president of that group, has commented on the initiative. So this initiative Steve Chesson, Californians for Electoral Reform, and Michael Feinstein, Green Party founding member, city council member, Santa Monica mayor, participating directly in an initiative for secession. Yes, electoral reform president, Green Party founding member. Hey, I want to work with you on your initiative to secede. Highest ranking member of California Senate says, let's talk the day after we file an initiative for secession. See what's happening here? The way I like to put it is, if I was on fire and I walked up to Joe Matthews' office and I said, I'm on fire, he would turn around and completely ignore me and let me burn to a cinder. Now they're calling us and asking for attention.
Okay.
And not explain how different that is. People would not respond at all. Now they're asking to talk. Now they're in consultation. The biggest one is, well, not the biggest one. I still think Hannah getting Joe Matthews to respond to her directly was game-changing. And I also think the Public Banking Institute responding to Daniel's email saying we want to ignore federal laws was game-changing. Changing environment. People with power are willing to speak with us and talk with us. They wouldn't spit in our direction if we were to save our lives. Massive change. The movement's never been that good before. Period. We have never had it this good before, ever. So in that way, the movement's better than it's ever been, folks. Also, I talked to Wunderman, Mr. Wunderman, who is the Bay Area Economic Council. So top 1,000 companies in the Bay Area. He's president of that committee that talks to all of them. He is one of the top 100 most connected people in California. When he picks up the phone and calls Nancy Pelosi, she stops what she's doing and picks up the phone. Same thing with the governor, with everything. I spoke with him from 10:45 to 11:45 Friday morning about the initiative to secede from America. The guy who picks up the phone and the governor calls, the guy who calls the governor and he picks up the phone and says, what would you like to talk about? Talked about our initiative for seceding. He reviewed the initiative. He said in email he reviewed the initiative. He did not slam the initiative, and he said our inclusion of proportional representation in dialogue with Michael Feinstein was, quote, good. So we have somebody who talks to Governor Newsom saying straight up, I read your initiative to secede. It has never been like this. We have never had this kind of connection ever. Okay, just wanted everybody to know that. I'm gonna stop. Let's go to Joe Payne. Joe, you have 5 minutes to talk about this new thing. We're not taking comments, just explain what it is, and then we're gonna go to Daniel, and Daniel will lead the rest of the meeting. So Joe, your time, brother.
We can't hear him.
Daniel, I need you to unmute Joe Payne. Joe Payne?
Sorry. Okay. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yeah.
All right. So I don't need a full 5 minutes. I just need a couple of minutes just to go over this real quick about the email group. So we had some issues before, and that's why we moved everything into another system, the Google Groups, okay? Is Google Groups the best thing? No. Is it free? Absolutely. And that was one of the reasons why we went there. It's free, it's easy to use, and not everybody has to have a Google account to be able to access everything. So it's user-friendly, okay? It was a way for us to regulate and moderate, especially with trolls. We can boot people really easy. It also gives us privacy, so you're only able to see your own email address and the group email address. You're not able to see everybody's email address, okay? Which is good. That way everybody's got a little bit of privacy control there. However, there's an issue with that with if you email the group, no one knows it's you unless you put a signature at the bottom saying who you are and all that. Just be careful not to put information in there that you don't want everybody else to know. So like your email address, your phone number, things like that. But we need to make sure that everybody's there, everybody gets over to that and is using that. If we're still in the old email chains, then what was the point of moving everybody over to another system, okay? And like I said, I think we've tried Slack before, but it was from what I hear, it was kind of a failure. We've tried it a couple times, but it didn't work. So let's do this. I know it's not everybody's favorite thing, but let's do this. If somebody wants to go out there and find something better, by all means do. Okay, this doesn't have to be, the end all be all of what we do. This was just something that we went to because it was easy. It can get everybody on board very quickly. New members can come on board. You are able to share that email address and the link to the main page where people can request to join. So, and I've had people that have already been requesting to join. I see that and I can just approve them. So then they're able to post into the chat room. Another thing too is we can organize this a little bit better so that we can have a group for Southern California, a group for Northern California, a group for Central California, or a group for the leadership and a group for everyone else. However you guys want to do it, I'm open to this. If somebody else has a better idea, let me know. If somebody else wants to take control of all this, I'm open to that too. I'm not married to any of this, okay? But with that said, I think that's pretty much it. Just let me know, okay? Thanks, guys.
Hey, Joe, real quick, before
Yeah.
you go, question. People can respond, so they get an email from the group. They can, in their email, they can respond to that email and the response will go back out to the group?
Yes, so if you just hit reply, it will go back out to the entire group. Okay, you don't need to hit reply all. It's just the one email address that you're getting the email from. Okay, what happens is that email will go out to everybody in the group. Okay, everybody in the group will get it. It's also archived on the website. So you can go back through and look at all of the other emails, everything that we've said since the very beginning of that group opening. It's all archived there. So if you're putting something in there, if you just want to email something to the group, let's say it's a graphic, okay? You can just email it to that group email address. It'll get there. Everybody will have access to it, and then it will stay there in the archives.
You can also join the group and create a brand new subject.
Yeah.
Say, my awesome statements on how to get collection for signatures, and people would respond, and then it archives these separate emails as separate topics. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
exactly how it works.
And the main benefit is that you're able to kick out trolls, which we're not able to do with our email list now. Is that fair?
Yeah, so we had somebody that we needed to kick out, but they have access to everybody's email address. Okay, that's the problem. That's not each one of us has to go through and block that person. Okay, with this, if we have somebody that's trolling the group, I can just click a button, they're done. They can't see anybody's email address. They never had it. And it's as simple as that. They're gone. Then they don't have access to any of that information anymore.
Okay, I like it. I agree with Joe. We need to experiment. Let's give this a shot. And the key, I think, is can we migrate everybody from the current list to this one? I'm against losing anybody in transition. So as long as we make sure everybody migrates, I'm all about it.
Yeah, there's one thing that I do want to make sure that we keep the topic of discussion to that. Let's keep the discussion to that topic. So if we have a topic over here that's talking about action and everything else, and then we have somebody that is just seeing a bunch of emails that's about other things, that it really discourages people. So let's stay on topic, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think you should act. It's your group. I know a couple other people have been managers. I think other people want to be managers. Talk to Joe Payne. I'm a manager of the group, and I don't want to be. I got enough going on. I love you, Joe. I love the group, but blah, blah, blah. Anyways, you want to be a manager, see Joe Payne. And also, I think you should militantly guard it. You know, one of the things that I've learned with these conferences with Daniel is that when you create regulations and you let people know this is so that we can do better, they respect you more. I learned that from Daniel Costa, saying, hey, folks, we need to do better, and that's why we have to have these rules. So you can't do any topic you want. This is about activism or things like that. People will respect you more, and they will use that platform more. Daniel Costa taught me that. Okay, let's stop there. Thank you, Joe. Daniel, take it over.
Just a quick question to Joe. How is it easy to set up a new topic? I didn't see that feature. How you do that?
Yeah, there's two ways that you can do that. You can start a new topic by just emailing a brand new email to that email address,
Okay.
or you can go into the site and just hit new topic and start a whole new, but it's the same thing. It's just starting a new email.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Daniel, please lead everyone in a discussion, one by one, 3 to 5 minutes each, no debates, on how do you talk to people to get them to sign a petition? And 2 ways. At home, we're not allowed to go out into the streets. We're still under pandemic. You got to talk to the people, your roommates or someone at home. Or maybe we can go out into the streets and you got to talk to a total stranger. How do you talk to a family member if you have to stay home and do this? And how do you talk to a total stranger on the streets? Daniel, please suck as many good juices out of people's brains as you possibly can, and I love you for it, sir.
Okay, so here we go. Thanks, guys, for all being here. I just want a quick housekeeping. We're going to do 3 to 5 minutes, like Marcus said, each. We are not going to debate each other. We're just going to come up with talking points on the initiative, and we'll think about it for the next meeting and stuff. But everybody, if you want to write down everybody's idea, and then we'll take all those ideas and see which ones are, you know, the best. And there's been a lot of activists here, that Shankar, Hal, myself, Marcus and stuff, that have gone actually to get signatures. So I definitely want to get the input from those people for sure, because they have a lot of knowledge and experience to share. So that being said, let's go on. So what I would like to say, since I'm on right now, is this whole meeting is to really get everyone ready mentally, physically, about what it's going to be like to get signatures, to gather signatures. I'm just going to quickly give my opinion, my experience doing that. And then we'll go to each person and see what their you know, input or what they think would be good talking points for that. So as far as I'm concerned, I started, you know, a long time ago with Shankar Hal, like 4 years ago. But the first time I went out there I was like completely nervous, didn't know what I was doing. We all didn't know what we were doing. It was like the first time we were ever out there. And we set up a table, we did this, you know, we didn't know exactly how to pitch anybody. So, you know, we kept doing this stuff and got a little better at it, got more confident. I just want to say to everyone, it is intimidating to go out there, especially people are not used to it. Like myself, I don't like cold calls. I'm not a salesperson or anything. So it's really hard to go up to a stranger and pitch him something. They'll walk by you, they'll, you know, or they'll insult you, or they'll say it'll never happen. You're going to get all these responses, and you have to have a thick skin to do. You can't take it personally. You're going to get rejected, but it's not going to be you. It's going to be either the message, either somebody's not in the mood to talk to you. They're going to walk by with headphones and act like you don't even exist. Shankar's way of doing it, and he'll tell you more, is he doesn't even let them get by. He has his bullhorn. He'll go and chase them and do his bullhorn, and they'll take off their earplugs and they'll actually listen. And his way, sometimes he insults them. He just goes, what, you're too busy? You don't want a better college education? You don't want to do this. You're too busy for that? Well, fine with you. So he's got his methods, a little bit more abrupt. Hal is much, more, soft-spoken about it. And he's much more like the facts and everything like that. So everybody's got their own style. You're going to get your own style. Matt has his own style. You're going to have to figure out what that is for yourself. But what I want to tell you is that as much as it's scary to go out there and talk, you get better at it. Just like these video conferences at the beginning when we didn't have it all down. People didn't know how to speak on video that well. we've gotten all better at that. So it's just getting out there and doing it. Now, that being said, it's really rewarding, exciting. I want you guys to be excited, not scared. Turn fear into excitement. Because when you do get a signature, when you do get somebody that talks to you, that's interested, that's a win. That one signature is a win. And it will keep you going, and you'll find your own way. So what we're doing today is we're going to have talking points that we should all write down, and we can use them out there and see which ones work the best. This is a dynamic process. It doesn't, you're gonna learn. There's no right way. I will still keep on learning. You're going to have to be intuitive. You're going to have to recognize the persons you're talking to, their mood, you know, what their interests are. This is very intuitive as a process to recognize people as you're talking to them and bring out certain points that will reflect really well for them. They'll be more open to it, and try not to put points that are maybe too radical for that person. But then you're going to meet people that are radical, and you're going to go, yeah, this is a radical movement. We're doing that, and you're going to agree with them, and they're going to go, yeah, I didn't even know you existed. I'm in for it. So that's what I wanted to say on my part. So just be ready for that. The next meeting, we'll talk about the technicalities of how you gather votes. That's very important. But for now, don't want to confuse everybody. So basically, we're just going to go, I'm going to go and open the conversation to each of you, and you can share your talking points, your experience. And so let's do that. Hold on. There's somebody that wants to, Shankar has entered the waiting room. Okay. Looks like Shankar got kicked out or something. Okay. Howard, did you want to go first? Okay. Let me unmute you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm going to give you the first point that I want everybody to keep in mind. If you've never gathered signatures before, or if you've never actually spoken politics in a public forum, this is important, and I wish that someone had told me this. I'm going to give you permission right now to not succeed in getting your talking points across. It's okay not to collect that signature. In fact, actually, I want you to understand, when you face that person who is going to get aggressive or is going to hit you with whatever talking points they're going to hit you with, you have permission to say thank you and walk away. Nobody's going to knock you if you don't doggedly drag that person down and force them to sign that piece of paper. A lot of people who begin this process go out there thinking that, but what I'm saying is so smart and so right. I mean, who would not want this? But you're going to get all kinds. Danny hit on some points. You're going to get people who are going to be blatantly rude, who are going to think that you're nuts, or that you're a fringe movement, or that you're insane, or they're going to accuse you of this or that. You have permission, and Marcus will back me on this, I'm sure. You have permission to just say thank you and walk away. Go to the next person. Go to the next person, begin the conversation. You start them polite, you end them polite, but know that you don't have to stand there and take their abuse.
Oh, yeah.
You don't have to stand there and take their abuse. Please, in fact, please don't. It says it in the manual. If somebody's coming at you, go get your lead, babe. Bring in somebody who knows. You're out. It's like I'm going to address you all as basically the leads that are going to be out there talking to people. Tell your people, it's okay. It's all right. You know, you don't have to win every fight. We'd like to, but it's just not the way the political situation works. So it's the first thing you should keep in mind. you have permission to just say thank you and walk away. Okay? That's where I'd like to start off, Danny.
Okay, thanks.
Thank
Thanks, Hal. Anybody want to go next? Hannah. Hannah, let me unmute you. All right, Hannah, you're on.
Okay. The first thing I want to point out to you is that I've been collecting signatures more times than I can recall. I think the first time would have been in 1982. So take that for a deep breath. That's over almost 30 years ago. And no, almost 40 years ago, it was for the Nuclear Freeze campaign. And those of you who are old, my age, remember it. And the first question I can tell you're going to be asked is not, are you a communist or whatever, but it is, why are you here? What is this about? And that's why I realized, thinking about that is why I created this. Because people can look at that and now they'll say, California independence, what are you talking about? You've already gotten past that first question. And I created, my proposal is, and I hope there's enough, you know, obviously making a bunch of these, we can make these things up quite inexpensively, maybe $3, $4 each, by professionals. They can have whatever design we want. Yellow for the state of California, right? Can I share screen, Hal? I mean, not Hal.
It's kind of a pain, Hannah, because then
Okay.
I have to.
Well, I will just simply relate to you that
Yeah.
I got the idea for the rosette, in case you're wondering, from the United Kingdom. In Great Britain, if you go into politics, whether you're Liberal Party or Conservative Party or Labour Party, Scottish National Party, Sinn Féin, etc., everybody runs around with these kind of rosettes, and they put them on their lapels, so that when they come to the door, someone's on the other side of the door. You know they're probably running for office, or they're trying to get you to, they're door knocking for a candidate, as we call it in the States, right? We call it door knocking. Well, they door knock over in Great Britain too. And that's the idea. I've never seen anybody do this, and certainly no one's worn colorful ribbons for decades and decades and decades. So I thought, hey, this is a chance for a unifying symbol that all the different groups will be identified as our movement, right? This is for the ballot initiative. This will get in the newspapers as like the symbol, yeah? And then we don't have to worry about the fact that some of us are CNP and some of us are YC and some of us are IC and some of us are Compact and some of us are ICE. All right, and who knows? And then there's even more groups coming up, Greens and whatever. Who knows who's going to be joining us on this one? So when you all got the one symbol, got the one banner, someone knows. And the idea ultimately is, by the way, is not the hostile person. It's the person who's driving down the road and they literally stop their car and pull over and park and run over to you and saying, oh my God, I can't believe it. Where do I sign? I'm serious, you really will get people like that who have literally, like, they've been sitting there looking out the kitchen window and they've been saying, God, we got to do something. And they don't quite know all the rigmaroles. They want to make sure their signature counts. I do believe, by the way, going back to a question that Marcus asked, how do we do this if there's a COVID epidemic going on? My own feeling is, I think we should pay a lot of attention on educating our people, because it's actually physically possible for people to literally sign their own petition and mail it in if they do it correctly. So, or literally get everybody in their household to mail it in, and literally you don't have to stand on the corner. And we are in a completely different situation right now. We have no idea what the future is going to hold. So, and I've already related, including on my website, Compact, cal-lib.com, where I've suggested that, hey, this baby could become like the protest vote. You don't like what's going on with Donald Trump getting all these gunmen on the streets, having shootings and even, who knows, lynchings of minority people, or who knows how they're going to react. I won't go on much longer, just the point that, I'm actually kind of worried that Joe Biden is going to do so well that the right wing simply won't believe it. They're going to say, how could Donald Trump have lost Texas or Arizona if this was a fair election? And
Mm.
Fox News is going to tell them, well, because it wasn't a fair election.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, guys, I will say, like, if you didn't know, Donald Trump's like, what, 7% behind in Arizona right now, and he's 0.1% behind in Texas. So it's going to be crazy. I mean, and I think that's ironically going to be the other problem. I think, so as it is, I've said enough. This is it. Hope there's a little bit of desire to get some of these babies out there. Wear one. You can see this is about 4 inches across, which is a good size. The streamers I have in mind will be 9 inches long, so they'll really, you know, in a wave around. If you're outside, they'll be waving around in the wind. Go get some attention, you know. And people then also will not have that first question of, why are you here? What's this about? And you can jump to the next question of, and if they look at it and they already have made their mind up, then they're going to say, where do I sign? Can I help? Do you need money? Etc. Those kind of questions.
Thank
Any
you.
que-
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you. And yeah, if anybody's interested in those lapels or whatever, get in contact with Hannah and see if we can get a bulk pricing on those. But we'll talk about that again.
Also, Daniel, if I could real quick,
Yeah,
if you have an idea, post it in the chat. Sue's commenting on the chat. So Hannah, if you have links, you want people to look at it, or someone else has an idea, post it in the chat. They'll see it here.
Okay,
Sorry,
I
Daniel,
think
back
I
to you.
send some of the pictures up that way.
okay. I had a raised hand from John. I think you raised your hand. Did you want to say something? Sure.
Yeah, I wanted to share
Yeah.
my successes in the first initiative signature gathering. I had people giving me money, standing in line to sign, and the most effective tool that I found for gathering signatures was organization. Having all the clipboards for each county and very clearly labeled. So when someone comes up and say, I live in San Francisco County, I can just grab that clipboard and give it to them. All the different counties in California have their own signature page. So not everybody's going to sign the same page. So you have to have all that stuff really well organized. And if you have a large enough table, you can have all the clipboards on display with the county name very clear, printed on each one, so that when someone walks up, you can easily grab the county that they live in and give them that clipboard. That also works if you have one large clipboard. You can have tabs down the side, little stickers that you can put on each county's page. And when you fill one up, you remove the tab and put it on a clean page back in the order on the clipboard. Just having that organized really helps with efficiency. And I gather hundreds of signatures every time I set up my table in Oakland. So it was very, very popular until Timothy Draper came out with his 3-state initiative, and everybody was like, nah, I don't like that. And I was like, nah, this isn't it. And they just didn't care anymore. So proof that that initiative undermined ours, whether it was intentional or not.
It was intentional.
Yeah, John, I just wanted to say to everyone, what you just brought up is more the technical aspect, and we talked about this with Marcus. On the next meeting is when we're gonna, because the technical aspect is very important actually, but right now this isn't the purpose of this one. This is just to get ideas on how to get people to sign and how to go about it. But we will be having that discussion on how, you know, to set up the actual petition and how people have to sign it a certain way.
No, of course. That was not my point. The point is, if you want people to sign, you have to be organized.
Yes.
So
yes.
being organized is the best way to get signatures.
We will be addressing that actually. Yes.
So John's saying that the appearance of being organized initially encourages the probability that people will sign.
That's good.
Strategy.
Thanks, John. There was Matt, I think, is raising his hand. There you go, Matt.
Thank you. I like the idea of the tabs up the side of the petition so that you can have multiple counties on the same clipboard. That relates to the constituencies to which I'm taking this. Forget about home, that's not happening. But I'm a rideshare driver. I got passengers. A lot of them are favorable to our independence. So I'll have a clipboard in the back for them to sign, at least one. And with multiple counties, because they operate in 2-3 counties. So whether it's multiple clipboards or, you know, tabbed petitions on the same clipboard, I'll be sure to have some for each of the counties I operate in. The other place that you may have noticed that I'm enjoying terrific success is at Black Lives Matter demos. Except for the very first 30-second spot that I took on the Rodriguez Dam between Tecate and Tijuana, all of those spots in which they give the grito of Gran California are at BLM demos. So they're right there. They are right there. They are ready to go. And the other side keeps making our case for us. You know, one could say generally, why are we, you know, having these problems because we're part of the U.S. What if we weren't, blah, 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 which works in a general sense. But now we got some really alarming things happening, like just happened in Portland, okay, where these very questionable officers came up and just started grabbing people on the streets like they used to do in Chile during Pinochet. They are making the case for us more strongly than we could make the case for ourselves, and that keeps happening. That's always been the case. That's why we're movement folks, because of what the other side's been up to. And every time they do something like that, they make the case for us again. It's like, you saw what happened in Portland, right? You don't want this to happen in California, right? Well, the way to make sure that it don't happen in California is to make sure that California, it can't happen because there are no federal agents. They're gone, along with the rest of the U.S. government. So we don't have to wait until they come knocking at our doors. We can show them the door. And that, I think, will work extremely well, especially with the BLM protesters. Extremely well. Like I say, I'm able to, you know, walk up with the liberation flag. Somebody asked me about it. I tell the story, and you saw what happens time after time after time. I'm able to talk them into giving a grito. It raises, you know, that's why I like it, because people don't know what it is, but in the back of their mind, they go, haven't I seen something like this before? Which the state flag has it up in the canton. So the light breaks. So yeah, I'm going to be out there with at least one clipboard and maybe one clipboard with tabs or multiple clipboards ready to go when I'm doing ride shares and when I go to demos. I'm going to be ready whenever those come through. I like the idea of the rosette a lot. It's, thank goodness, not a Remembrance Day poppy. But yeah, I like the idea of the rosette a lot. Okay, the SOS, you know, save ourselves from, you know, the Yankee hegemon. Yeah, that will speak volumes. That will speak volumes. It will help.
Thank you, Matt. Guys, I just want to remind you, what I would like from you guys is to really, especially the ones that are experienced and stuff, to really go into how to approach somebody, for example, how to first approach someone. What's a good line? What's a good way to not feel, you know, threatening to them as you're going, you know, to approach them? though I would like more of those tips or what you think would be a good way to approach people, and then to not sell them, but to inform them and let them, gauge it and then maybe close it with a signature. But so I would like to see your ideas on that, how to best do that. That's really what this meeting is about. And those that haven't done it, what you would think would be a good way to do it also. So Sue, yes, I see you raising your hand. I'm going to let you go next. Thank you. You gotta unmute yourself, Sue. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, it always takes me a minute to get to that unmute button. Well, one thing I did with my husband, who is in the This Will Never Work camp, it will never happen, he's in that camp. What I did with him was I asked him, well, since you don't think it'll work, will you just sign it in order to support me as your wife? And he's cool with that because he loves me and he'll do anything for me. So a lot of people would probably respond to something like that if they know you, but they don't think this will work. And then I had some other talking points here that I wrote down. Marcus has some too, and Matt, because I copied them. What does everyone love and what can they all agree on? Marcus has put it sort of that way before when he mentioned clean water and air into the future for our children and our children's children. And they all want to know also how we plan to make sure that everyone always has enough of all sorts of things, even during our transitory phase when we have a provisional government. They want to be assured of enough money, health care, equality, water, food, enough energy to heat and light their homes, enough education, enough work, and enough opportunity to enjoy their hobbies and pleasures once we're autonomous. And we need to be able to tell them honestly that our think tank has covered all that. They've come up with all those solutions and ideas that cover those things and address those issues. And we need to be able to tell them where they can access those answers that are put out by our think tank, and how to get to a sort of a Q&A page, a question and answer page put out by our think tank. And maybe we can hand them business cards with that web address. And another thing is that a large segment of our population, I mentioned equality before, a large segment of our population wants better equality and a fairer justice system. And we have to be able to name that type of system and guarantee it. And we have to be able to explain what it's going to look like and how it's going to work and how it's going to guarantee their equality and their children's equality and a fairer justice system. And how it's going to eliminate all this injustice that they're suffering right now under the current administration, and how we're going to be sort of new and improved and better than that. And then there are the ones that are convinced that without California, our Democratic brothers and sisters in other states will continue to suffer the ever more kleptocratic and militaristic rule of this rather new dictatorship that always was America. We have to be able to tell those people exactly how and why we can be better, and if they give us, how we can be better if they give us a divorce than if we stay.
Great, thanks, Sue. Sue had a great point here. What her point she's making is about education, that we should all be educated enough to be able to answer common questions that we're going to get, like water, like military, like things like that. People will always, especially the people that don't believe in it, will want to push us to make their points, and we have to be knowledgeable to be able to answer them and say, no, that's not quite true. No, we can do it this way and this way. And for that, Hal, I think, gave us the white papers last time, right? You put it on the chat. So if you don't have it, Hal, if you can put it up again, possibly, study that, because it has all those main, the main issues with California that people are going to ask. Why will we be better of this? Why that? They're going to ask you specific questions, and you need to know how to answer them, so you come out knowledgeable and people do not embarrass you because you don't know your facts. They're going to come out with knowledge base, and they might be right and they might not be right. So you have to be able to like direct them back into the correct, you know, that no, it's not this. Actually, you're right in this, but that's not exactly the statistics of this. Okay, so I invite you to all get educated in those white papers, so you at least have a general idea of how to answer. So thank you, Sue, for that. That's really good. Who would like, we've got William. We got Walter, I mean. Walter with the two first names.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I want to piggyback on what Sue just said, which I think was great. And when you just told me about some white papers that Hal had collected, I never heard about that before. When I started making these points that I sent out as emails, I was basing it primarily on the statement in the, I believe it was the Independent California website that says what we stand for, and then in the California National Party where it has the platform, which I think has some really good points and some really good ideas. I want to say that some people had raised the issue that we need to focus on the initiative first, and I totally agree with that. What I was trying to do in sending out these kind of things for us to think about is to answer the question when people ask, you know, when we're out, if we're out there gathering signatures, and they will ask, well, why should I support California independence? What's going to be different? What's going to be better? And so we need to be prepared to answer these kinds of things. Now, it doesn't mean that we all have to agree on every single thing. We're not going to. It's just inevitable that there are going to be differences. And so I respect that, and I'm not trying to, you know, push my view on everybody else. I was just trying to kind of use this as a model for exactly what you just said, that, you know, we need to be prepared so that when people ask us about this, what are we going to say? And so I think integral to passing the initiative is going to be exactly that, persuading people why their life will be better if California is an independent nation. And so I think that's integral into the technique for getting the initiative passed. I have raised the issue of the California State Guard, and I sent around my you know, after going through all their different websites and stuff, what I thought were the crucial issues. I put in a call to them, and they haven't returned my call yet. But what I want to make perfectly clear from them is, can the California State Guard be federalized? And Marcus, you had talked about this, that it cannot, but is there any circumstance that they could be federalized? Marcus, do you know the answer to that? You're saying no? Okay, so if we're confident of that, then the reason for emphasizing this is not to have a, you know, a military response. We want to be a peaceful movement, have a peaceful secession, I agree. But if we can persuade the California state government to shift the funds from the National Guard to the State Guard, then that prevents a president from nationalizing those people. And that's what that's why I think we should be pushing this issue along with the initiative. Okay, so it's designed not to make a military response, but to prevent the federal government from making a military response. And I think if we can have all these people in the State Guard under the control of the governor, as opposed to the National Guard, under the command of the president, then that will tie the hands of the president a lot more. Now, we don't all have to agree on this. Okay, so I think when we come up with these things, and Hal, tell me if you did this with the white papers that I just heard about and I'd really like to see. Do you have some things where they say, okay, these are the approaches, and we, you know, and here's one approach, and here's another approach, and here's another approach, and we don't have to, you know, come to a settlement on all of these issues before the initiative, but we do have to be prepared to talk to people, and exactly what you just said, Daniel, that people are going to be different, and different people are going to be interested in it for different reasons. So we need to be prepared on that. And so I would like to see, Hal, can you talk more about these white papers and how we can get them?
One second, I just to address real quick William's thing. William brings up a really great point about the military. This is something we get asked about all the time.
Hours.
You know, and they always say, what's going to happen? The question will be, what's going to happen, you know, if we're not defended? We have no military, we have nothing. They're going to ask that question. A lot of people are going to ask that question. And we have, there's a few answers to that. One is Williams. There's other answers to that, and it's in the white paper. And Hal, I'll give it over to you, okay? Bye.
Just answer for a quick yes. A lot of these answers are already basically just FAQ. I mean, we've gotten the, what are you going to do about water? What are you going to do about military? What are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about that? We've been getting those questions for years. We basically already have pretty stock standard answers. Some of them border on, you know, it's like, aren't you guys a Russian hoax? And it's like, you know, no, Putin's check bounced. You know, we've been hearing these questions over and over and over and over and over again. There are some questions, you know, it's like, well, what would California do for a military? It's like, well, we'd spend 1% GDP like every other nation except America. 1% of GDP, which would be about $23 billion or $24 billion depending, and that's more that, you know, that far outstrips Mexico or Canada, who would be our closest competitors. We already have these things. We do already have these things in the white papers, and I'll apologize. I've been kind of overwhelmed with the amount of stuff that's going. Hello, yeah, hi, Marcus. So I am getting it out there. So there are deeper questions. Some of these deeper questions, it's like water usage and so forth. We do get those questions, but not as often. What you're going to get, you know, it's like, what about Texas versus white? That's a perfectly valid question, but if somebody's already asking you that, they've already deep dived this. They're already pretty well informed. If they're bringing up court cases. So usually for the most part, and like I said, I addressed everybody as basically leads prior to this. Generally a list of frequently asked questions, it's about 3 pages long. It doesn't take that much, you know, it's about 15 questions that we always get. These should be enough for the people who are helping the leads collect, the people who are in your organizations, to be able to answer, you know, 90% of the questions. The deeper dive questions, that's where you guys come in, and that's where these think tanks and board discussions actually are very beneficial. I will caution on policy decisions. When you talk about future policy of California, my advice is to always use the we'll leave that for after we achieve independence.
Yes.
We don't all agree necessarily on what California will look like after independence is achieved. So when you get there, when you get those kind of questions, basically it's like we teach to say, it's like, we'll leave that to the voters. We'll leave that to the Californians. Or else you tread amongst bear traps.
Yeah.
Believe me, I know this because I've stepped in a few myself. Anyway, does that answer the question?
Yeah.
And I will get out a copy of that as quick as possible. In fact, I will do my best to drop it into the chat.
Thank you, Hal. I just want to second what Hal just said about you're going to be asked this, what is our government going to look like after independence? You don't want to jump into that. You want to just say at first, we're definitely not there. We're not about what's going to happen. Our movement is not about what's going to happen after independence. It's to get independence. After that, we leave it to the voters. Like any democracy, it's not up to us after that. There's going to be voters. There's going to be initiatives. There's going to be, a democratic process. And it's not our movement's position to say what it's going to be like or to influence what it's going to be like. That's going to be the voters. And that shuts them up pretty much, well, because even if they keep on saying that, just come back to the point, that's not our objective right now. It's to get California independent. After that, just like any democratic society, the voters will make up what they feel California should look like after independence. So that's a very important point. Thanks, Hal, for bringing that up. Joe, do you want to go next? Or Shankar, or who? Shankar? Okay, we'll go to Shankar and then I'll come to you, Joe. Here you go, Shankar. You gotta unmute yourself. There.
Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So just to address a couple of the things that that have been said, everybody's bogging down with technical questions and it's getting real serious. So look, ease up a bit. When we do petitions, we usually get a table, a booth. I like having a table or a booth. It's like a home base. Especially when you venture out with your clipboard, you can come back, get some shade, get some water. So that's the other thing. And the other thing with having a booth, I'm talking like an easy up. Besides a home base, this is like your castle. So I usually have a bullhorn. Get a bullhorn. Sit in your castle. And what I say is this: win a free T-shirt. Answer 3 questions about California. Win a free T-shirt right here. You want to try, sir? You want to win 3? Do you live in California? Yes, I do. You think you know? Answer 3 simple questions. You win a shirt. That gets them in because, hey, who doesn't know anything about California? I've lived here my whole life. I know everything about it. They come up, they step up to it. Now, all the questions that everybody was bringing up earlier right now, are the water questions, the military questions. Now, these are what your questions are going to be to him to ask. But you gotta ease it up. You want them to think they're going to get a chance at the T-shirt. No one's winning a shirt, guys. No one's winning a shirt. They are buying a shirt, damn it. Am I right, Al? Okay, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We give out shirts sometimes. I think one time we gave out a shirt. Now, these questions are hard, like the water question. So the question would be, what percentage of California's water comes from out of state? So that's one of the questions. And then they have no idea. I'll give them 3 choices. I'll name A, B, and C. And they'll get it wrong. They'll think it's like 80% or 50%. And it's actually less than 5%. It's less than 3% almost that comes from out of state, from Colorado. And they're surprised at that. Now you just eliminated the whole water question. Now they don't got to ask you anything about water because they know California's got water. Second question, dude, military, right? What branch of the military is underneath the governor's control and not the president? They're never going to get this one, dude. They're never going to get this one. It's the California State Military Reserve. Oh, I didn't know we had a military reserve. Yes, now they know that California actually has a military. We actually have some sort of a backbone. We can start talking about it being underfunded, whatever you want to talk about that. But you got to get to the third question, if they even get to that third question, because they already missed 2. They're actually disqualified. Give them a water if it's hot, right? Give them a little water and cool down. Tell them about the initiative. So, hey, you know, we're collecting signatures here just to pose a question and get a commission together. And that's how you want to keep it, guys, light and fluffy. Don't bog it down. Don't get in serious debates. That was my issue the whole time. I got in serious debates, and then not the whole time, but in the beginning with Yes. And I would not stop. I was unrelenting. And I think Dan or Juan had to like pull me off some dude one time, and it was out of control, man. I just I can't stand like losing, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. You know, once we got the shirts in and we use that as leverage to get people to come to you instead of you going to them, it got a whole lot easier to get signatures, guys. A whole lot easier. So booth, some sort of prize, and waters. Get waters and hand them out because it's going to be hot. They'll appreciate it. If you can get waters that says Independent California on it, like Dan's got, great. That's my opinion on the whole thing about signature gathering, dudes. I mean, keep it light and fluffy, dude. Don't get bogged down, and don't get in a contentious debate. Watch out for press. If press is coming and snooping around your booth and sniffing around, make sure a legit person is talking to them, not someone that just is kind of short. Okay, if it's someone is sniffing around, point them out to a person that knows better than you. And have them talk, because it's the press. You never know what they're gonna write. So other than that, I think that's it. You really got to remember. I mean,
thanks, Shankar. All good stuff. Hold on, Hal. I just want to again second Shankar what he said. One of the big things I would like to say is you're going to have conservatives, right, come up to you, whether they're California conservative or they're out-of-state conservatives. Do not get into a debate with them. You will never win. You will never convince them. They will just put in the same arguments, and you have to recognize these people and cut it short, because that was our first thing with Shankar Hal, is we would get into debates because we thought, hey, we know our shit. We're going to convince them. We know about water, we know about shit. They didn't give a shit about that. Sorry, excuse my French, but you don't want to ever get into an argument with those kind of people, because they're just trying to egg you on. They're just trying to embarrass you. And they're going to embarrass you in front of other people. Try to embarrass you in front of other people that you're trying to get to sign, because they just want chaos in there. So the best thing to do is just walk away and say, look, sir, if you don't believe in this, that's fine. That's fine. You're entitled to your opinion, and just let them go. And they're going to come back at you because they're ferocious. They're going to come back. You just have to let it go and just not pay attention and say, sir, that's okay. Move on. If you don't believe in this, it's a free country. You can do whatever you want. But you don't want to stay with them, and you don't want other people to see you arguing with them, because that's exactly what they want. They're trying to egg you on so that they can build chaos around you. So very good point. Just a quick second point that I didn't make at the beginning that I just thought of. If you can, at first, especially first timers that go out there, if you can be with some other people within this group or friends or anything that support you, that's huge at first. If I wasn't with Shankar or Hal or things like that, there's always somebody that knows something you don't know. So, if I'm going to put my foot in my mouth, if I feel I'm going to put my foot in my mouth, I'll go up to Shankar or Hal and go, hey, Hal, what was that statistics, or, whatever. So you can always have that. And on top, it makes you feel like you're not just by yourself and everybody's focusing on you. And it gives you like a strength. And the second fold of that is that when you have a bunch of people, you look more serious. You're there sitting with Independent California t-shirts and stuff. And while a person's going by and you're talking to them and stuff, there's other people going by. Well, Shankar can catch him, or Hal can catch him. Where by myself, I'm going to miss out, because there's always a person that's going to want to talk to you to death. Okay, and so you're going to be there 5 minutes trying to talk to them to get a signature, and you're going to miss out on 10 potential people, maybe. So what I say, what helped me a lot is to be with other people, especially in the organization, if you can, but if you can't, friends or something, to have that support group. And it makes you look professional. When, you know, yourself, when you come out of a market and there's 3-4 people with Greenpeace, you're going, okay, this is a legit organization. You see one poor soul trying to get, you know, a signature desperately and stuff. People are going to feel blood. They're going to feel it, and they're going to feel that you're scared, and it's like that. So at first, I would say it's great to be in groups. We've always been in groups usually. Anyways, I've hardly ever been by myself at events doing that. So that's just what I wanted to say. Hal, did you have something to add to that, or?
No, that's very good. I was going to admonish to, when Shankar brought up the media, there is legit media and there is not legit media.
Yeah.
So it's always good to get your leads. I mean, if the media approaches you and says, "I'd like to do an interview," our current tactic is take them offline, take them out of the. You don't want to be talking to somebody. You don't want to be talking to a media person and blocking people from coming up and getting your signatures. You take them offline. Then it's a decision. It's like if it's channel 7 or channel 5 or what have you, you're great. If it's, yeah, I represent the Joe's I hate everybody right-wing media.
Yeah.
Basically you will also run into some very legit looking bloggers who are basically there to mine gotcha moments. So there's a certain amount of, yeah. Everybody who's going to go out there as a lead, as a chapter lead, needs to be mindful of who you're talking to. That's all I had to say on it.
Thanks, Hal. And yeah, and Hal brings up a great point. That's why also being with a few people is great, because often, you know, I'll give it off to Hal, like I'm talking to somebody or whatever, or I feel Hal would be great for that interview, or Shankar for that one. Then I can say, hey, Hal, can you do an interview with this person? Because I feel he would be better at those talking points, or Shankar would be better. And you know, and that's great. That's why you have to have a bunch of people there. And like he said, be very careful, because these people will come out, they look like they're going to be for, you know, interested in independence California, and they're liberal and stuff, and they can be completely the opposite. They're just trying to catch you on video and post it up to their thing and say, look at this guy, how stupid and ridiculous he is. These independent California guys. So they're just looking to humiliate you on their blogs or anything. So you have to know how to recognize it, like Hal said. So thank you. Joe, we're gonna go to you right now.
Okay. I've never gathered signatures outside of high school, so I just have a couple of things. First off, let me say this. Earlier this year, in 2020, Californians went together and had an election. Now, the biggest party in California by far is the Democrat Party. Who won California? Bernie Sanders. I think we align ourselves with that kind of mentality. You know, I think we'll win. So I kind of take my talking points and my notes from his campaign. What I would say is America is falling apart. It can't fix itself, and it doesn't want our ideas, just our money. The president is above the law. Accountability depends on who's in power, what party is in DC. America will never stop talking and not doing anything about social justice, women's rights, LGBT community, everything. They just talk. That's all they ever do. And there's a reason why. Let's say Joe Biden gets into office. What is he going to do the first 4 years of his presidency? Nothing, because he has to set everything up for the next 4 years. That's how American politics works. In the military, my note on that is California's portion of the U.S. military is larger than what Russia spends on their military. The I think we can do just fine with a lot less. So you cut our portion of the military budget there, you got all the money you need to fix all the roads in California. A couple other things I do want to point out too is that this year is going to be different than any other year in petition gathering, not because of COVID, not just because of COVID, but it's we're in a digital world now. I mean, things are a little bit different. People can just walk by and snap a QR code that takes them to where they can register to vote on their phone. Okay, if they're going to print this out, they can just capture all that information from a QR code and be able to do it later. So they don't have to sit there and sign everything right then. People are not going to want to do that. If they have an option to do something else, let's give them every option in the world. So maybe we print out some QR codes and just scan things. Register to vote here, sign a petition here, print it out and send it in. That kind of thing. Or you can just have them return it back to you. That way you can send it back up to Sacramento. Another thing too is when people sign the signature, have them post that to social media. Ask them to take a selfie and then post it to social media where they can send it out to all their friends showing that, hey, I signed this petition. Why don't you too? Okay. And then another thing too is, and this is going to be important later on, is have people, if they want to, maybe have like another form that they can kind of give a reason why they're signing it. Hey, sign a petition, and then over there, if you'll just take a quick second and give us a reason or two why you're signing this and why you want to leave. Here's why that's important. I'm creating a political action committee. Later on, I'm going to be airing ads in California to get Californians to not only sign this, but to vote for this later on once it's on the ballot. If I have that information, I know why everybody wants to leave. I know exactly what to hit them with. Okay, so things like that, just little things like that help the movement later on down the line. Okay, but with that, I'll end there. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Joe. Just so you know, your audio was I don't know what was going on, but it sounded like you were underwater somewhere. So I don't know, maybe you can clean it up.
Sorry, I had a fan on my phone. I'm sorry about that. Did you guys hear any of that?
See, now you're perfectly clear, but Sue brought it up, but you sounded a bit like you were underwater while you were, but we understood you. We still understood you.
Okay.
So that's okay. Thanks. So I'm going to go with Jason. Jason, want to say something? Are you there, Jason? Yeah.
Yeah.
There you are.
I was listening and looking at the initiative, just for record. October is when there was an initiative that was given title and summary, filed with the same people that we filed our initiative, and it is about being able to gather signatures online, electronically, for initiative. Just to let everyone know. So now that that's handled and been covered, hi, what am I doing here? I'm gathering signatures for this initiative that we filed, for the CalExit or California Independence Movement. Oh, what's it about? Well, reestablishing the nationhood of California. Why? Oh, well, why not? Let me ask you, what issues are you most concerned about? What do you feel the most about? Oh, well, you say global warming. Did you know that when President Trump pulled the United States of America, all 50 states of America, out of the clean energy green thing that was going on with literally the entire world, California chose to go and take part on its own. Why? Because California really generally seems to care about that and seems to you know, really take a certain stance that, global warming is a real thing. We do have environmental issues we are facing, and we really should enact measures to correct this before it's too late. Oh, what about world hunger, though, you say? Oh, that's a great question. Did you know that California is one of the largest agricultural entities in the world? The United States of America's GDP is only so high because of California's output. Most of the USDA goods that go out to like food banks and such are California goods that aren't going to sale on the world market. That's why they then get bought up by the USDA for pennies on the dollar of their worth, and California loses so much money on. Did you know that California can't even set our own prices for our goods? That's America. We get no say in it, and they set the price really high enough that most of the world cannot afford California produce. Now, that's not to say that we're not in demand, because California goods are some of the most highly demanded goods in the world. Pretty much everyone would love to have easy access to California goods at a fair price. And that's why a lot of our goods don't sell, is because we can't set our price at a fair price. It's always much higher than it needs to be. And so goods go to waste. An independent California could set its own price. Oh, but politics and dirty politics and shady money, yeah, I agree. And that's why the United States of America is not going to help us change this or allow us to change it. They're benefiting while we are dying from it. Not literally, but, let it go on long enough and maybe it will be. There have been questionable things that have happened since longer than I've been alive, longer than 34 years. There have been shady political dealings left and right, all across the board with the United States of America. California does seem to want to enact certain standards, for, say, keeping dark money out of politics, having certain amounts of accountability to the people so that, no politician can be receiving funding from, like, some hostile foreign entity, per se, because everything will have to be up and on the table. Is it a guarantee that an independent California would do that? No, but I'm not one for assuming things, but I'm pretty certain, given that this has affected California so greatly, pretty certain an independent California would choose to enact certain measures to see that that does not happen again. So, out of the play here, political finance reform, right? We've got agricultural stability and sustainability, clean energy efficiency, infrastructure, sex trafficking, immigration reform, healing native lands and communities, something California seems pretty big on, police officer and judiciary reform, LGBTQP and plus rights and equality, gender pay equality, things that aren't necessarily mandatory, but we know there's the right thing to do is to pay a out as the man that works that job right next to her. It's the right thing to do. And because it's not mandatory, we even saw former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, while she was running for president, someone called her out on not paying her female staffers as much as she pays her male staffers. And her response was that it wasn't mandatory. It's not a legal mandate. There's no law about that. She, a woman running for president, decided that she was okay paying women, her fellow women, less, only because it's not mandatory.
Ah,
I'm fairly certain that an independent California would get behind making some sort of legislation to make that mandatory. Why is our initiative not also viewable in Espanol? Because it's not mandatory. There is no legal mandate making it happen. I do personally believe that we should have every single thing that we have in English in Spanish as well. Also, wouldn't hurt to have it in Armenian, Greek, Cantonese, Mandarin, Japanese, Korean, you know,
one more minute.
mandatory. Okay. Is it mandatory? No. Is it the right thing to do? Yeah. And that seems to be the heart of California's mindset in general, is that there is the right thing to do, and we usually tend to go for it, even when it's hard, because it's the right thing to do. Like JFK with his why go to the moon? Not because it's easy. The easy thing to do is sit back and do nothing, and the Russians can land on the moon first and win the space race, which isn't even really a real race, but you know, we've made it a thing. But yeah, we could give up. That's the easy thing. Or we could take the hard route and try to do this and try to really test ourselves and advance ourselves, put ourselves to good use, do something rather than nothing. And in independent California, I could totally see you leading the way on world issues. And, you know.
Okay. Thanks, Jason.
Yeah.
I just I would like to add something, because as people are talking, things pop up in my mind. Like Jason just said, you know, he's got a lot of great talking points and everything. What I want you to realize from my experience, and probably Hal's, Matt's, or anybody that's been out there, you're gonna find that Californians, the progressive ones, which you would think would be easy, are not easy at all to convince. Why is that? Why is that? Because Californians are spoiled. Californians are in their bubble. They already have great things. We've already instituted great change in California by Californians. We have the initiative process. We have, you know, more, any rights that we have, immigration, all that, everything. So what's going to happen is when you're trying to convince them with talking points, they're going to say, well, you know, we're doing pretty well right now. We're doing pretty well. And so why even rock the boat and everything? And you're going to get that, and you're going to get something that Sue touched upon, is that, oh, but if we leave our, all the rest of the states, what are they going to do? Californians want to help everybody. They're like bleeding heart. It's true. They're bleeding hearts and going to go, what about, I have family in Wisconsin. I have this. And then what's going to happen to them if California leaves? So they feel like they're responsible, basically, for the United States staying on track. And that's why Californians want to change everything within the United States, but they can't. And so be ready to have that thing where people are saying, well, you know what? California is doing well. And what's going to happen, to other people and everything. So it's gonna be a sell to tell them, because they're not frustrated enough. And a lot of them also think that politically, if they were to get progressives back in Congress and as presidents and stuff, that everything would be fixed with that. You're gonna run into that they still have the mentality that the US is not broken. It is broken right now, but they could fix it again by changing the system. And so you're gonna get that again, and you need to know how to answer it. So I just wanted to make those points. I'm gonna go, if Bob, I don't know, do you want to speak, Bob? Bob Timlin?
Hi, this is Bob. Just to the point that Daniel's making about people concerned about relatives in other states, one of the things I think would be good to talk about as a possibility is some sort of EU-type North American Union, to where we would continue to have a relationship with those other states, but there just wouldn't be a federal government anymore. And it would be a relationship between sovereign nations, not states. So that could be a talking point.
Definitely. Anything else? Okay, Bob's good. John, did you want to say anything? John from Return California, no? You're okay? Or
I'm just enjoying listening to all the great minds on this call. I'm really looking forward to seeing the flood of signatures coming in.
yes, great. So I see Walter has his hand up, and then Hannah, I'll come back to you. Go ahead. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. When I was talking with my 93-year-old mother about this, her questions were, well, what would happen to my Social Security? What would happen to my Medicare? And so that's, I think, a common question for at least elderly people. And so I explained to her that people, Americans who have paid into Social Security can get it no matter what country they're living in around the world. And so that's immaterial. Okay, and then on Medicare is very different though. You have to be present in the United States to get medical care if you're under Medicare. But I think that would be part of the negotiation that California would do with the federal government to say, hey, we're gonna provide Medicare for everybody, and so it'll be immaterial, so you don't have to pay all of this, and that would be a big advantage to the United States, not having to pay for these Medicare expenses for the people in California. So that was the way I answered it. If other people have better answers, I'd like to hear their responses.
Thanks, Walter. Yes, and Walter makes a great point about Social Security. That's a question you're asked a lot, and what the answer he gave is exactly the answer you should give, is that people that leave the United States, go live in Europe or anywhere else, get their Social Security sent to them. You cannot deny other people from their Social Security that they've been put in. So it would be exactly the same for California. They would still get their Social Security, because a lot of people always ask that question, oh, what's going to happen, to that. So that's a great point. Hannah?
I just want, okay. So first thing I want to say that Social Security is the easiest question to answer, because remind people, it's a pay-as-you-go system. So that, in other words, a lot of people think they've been paying it all this time and it goes into some little account somewhere and then it's drawn off like a pension is. But in fact, it's not an annuity, it's not a pension. It's a pay-as-you-go system. People working today pay beneficiaries as well as today. And then the idea is in the future, you will receive payments from some other younger worker. So it's a simple matter to create our own system under probably a fairer, better system, which could provide better benefits for lower cost. I think that's my simplest answer. And I remind people that people don't understand how Social Security actually works.
Let's not get bogged down in an issue.
I don't want to get bogged down, but since Walter brought it up, to me, that's like a crucial point to raise to people. Now, Daniel, the reason I want to wave my hand so enthusiastic because Daniel asked this question about what about people in other states and the like. And that's why I created this radio ad. I've been waiting to figure out a chance to play it to you. So listen carefully. It's 1 minute and 15 seconds. And it totally throws the whole issue upside down and basically says that sign this petition, sucker, because the United States of America needs your help. Here's how it goes.
We all love Sam. Sam's done some great things in his life, but he's been going downhill for years. He drinks too much racism and bigotry, and his gun collection has gotten out of hand. Fortunately, you can help. It's hard, California, but you have to be brave. It's up to you to stand up to Sam and say to him, Sam, if you don't change right now, I'm going to leave you. We all love our Uncle Sam, but he's destroying himself and us at the same time. Sam can be saved, but he needs our help. We have to stage an intervention now, before it's too late for Sam to help himself. Make America good again. Sign the petition to put the California Independence Plebiscite Initiative on the next statewide ballot. The California Liberation Movement PAC brings you this message.
Love it. Great.
Can I say something real quick? I really encouraged Hannah to get that out. Not because I'm saying that is the one, but look at what we can do. Hannah thought of this commercial 2 days ago. It's already ready to go. The best ever? No. Good enough for TV? Yeah. Good enough to convince people? Yeah. Designed for a particular market? Uh-huh. Make commercials. I wanted you all to see this is what we can do. Look, Hannah's got a commercial. She's got a ribbon on. She did that at home. You can do that too. Maybe you have some other idea for poster stuff. People, we can do this. Look at what Hannah did. I want you all to be inspired. Go make your own commercials. Go make your own stuff. We can all do this. Look at the corporate level she's achieved in a few days. You can do that too. We can all do that. I want to make sure that's clear.
Can I just point out too that this was actually inspired by Joe Williams, because Joe's point was, if you haven't read his article, he's saying, oh, he's saying we should call for constitutional reform, and then if we don't get that, then you can support California independence. And so that's what kind of inspired by that, is saying, make America good again. Sign this petition.
It's great. Great, Hannah. We all enjoyed it. Sue said she was laughing her ass off on that, so we appreciate it. Okay.
Well, it's also it's also a good example, guys. Thank you very much. Okay. It's also
You're muted. You're good.
I'm muted. I just want to say it's also a good example of how you can use existing motifs, in the media to your advantage. Because, we've all heard this ad, and it usually begins with, send Sam to rehab. Right?
Yeah.
And so that's why I thought to myself, you're sitting in your car waiting for a light to change, and you hear this coming over the radio, and you've got something in Independence, California, ballot initiative. Uncle Sam needs my help, etc. I think it will flip. And I guess just by guessing by your reaction, I can tell you really like the idea. Yes, Daniel, I thought of you as being the person who would be fantastic to really get this, to make a professional version of it. And then maybe we can put it on YouTube. We need a good voiceover artist, not me. I did my best. And then that, of course, is free music from the Free Music Archive. But maybe someone else can have something. Maybe you got a good friend who can play a beautiful piece of piano music, that classic, rehab program type of music that they use.
Sure. And just Hannah, just So, you know, you did a great job. I mean, I didn't even recognize your voice. I didn't even know that was you, actually. So really, we wouldn't need, you're the voiceover for that. That's really good. I mean, it sounds very, you know how to put it in kind of a sarcastic way. That sounds really good. So thanks for that. Oh yeah, and on that same thing, if you guys, any of you guys want to do the same type of thing with the theme of divorce, for example, divorce Uncle Sam, we've had a rocky marriage for this long or whatever, you know, a message like that, because that's been one of our, logos of saying, we even have a sign that Marcus made with a heart that's broken and says divorce, California wants a divorce or something like that. So if you guys want to play with that, that's also a great thing. All those themes are great for that. Marcus, you wanted to?
Have we gone through everybody on the list? Everybody's gotten a
Yeah,
chance.
Shankar just has one more thing, and then we're gonna go to you, Marcus, and end it. Is that good? Okay.
Yeah, I'll go last. Well, and then we can have a talk after.
Okay. Shankar, go ahead.
I was just loading up our commercial that we made. Maybe I'll play it at the end here. So just real quick,
Play it
right now, or
yeah, if you got a commercial. Can you hold up the screen or play the audio or something?
Yeah. Here it is. It's a tearjerker, man. It's a tearjerker, I must say. So it's called "I'm Californian." Okay, let me share screen real quick.
You can't share the screen.
We can hear it. We can at least hear it.
Oh, okay. Here, let's do it. It's the beginning. It's got like scenes of California, the High Sierras, Newport Beach, just the landscape of California. And then it's got our org's logo coming up right here. Then our website, which lends me to what I'm about to say right now too.
United States economy is so
it's me
bullish
driving.
that it feels that the only way it can be successful is through domination of war, profiting through war, and as a person that's lost 3 dear friends from war, I don't want that for my children.
Lester,
And
sure you don't want to come with me?
California has been successful without war. It doesn't need war. It leads and innovates by bringing good into the world, whether it's entertainment, good through the world, whether it's in products that make you healthy, good through the world, whether it's improving your environment and your climate. That's how California is successful. And as California leads the world, I want my kids growing up with leaders. So that's why I do what I do. My name is Shankar Singham, and I'm a Californian.
So now I got a bunch of people, like the array of people.
I am a Californian. I'm a Californian. I'm a Californian. I'm Californian.
So you just see like a diversity.
I'm a Californian. I am California.
And the last one's a little kid, yo. I mean, the last one's a little girl. It's just a total. At the end, I mean, everybody just you can't help but go, oh my god. I wish I'll put the link up on here right now. But real quick, guys, back to the initiative, real quick. So look, I'm gonna make videos on instructional videos on how to do this. I think role playing is going to be key to this before you guys go out there, just so you guys can have your feet wet and you're not just thrown into the fire. So we'll role play over on Zoom here, and I'll be the worst guy and I'll be like an easy guy. Okay, I mean, it's easy. I mean, all of us can do. All of us has done it before. Can do it. So and, as we role play. I'll tell you right now, if you get a guy from the military, forget about him, okay? He loves the United States. He's going to die for that country. He ain't going to sign it, okay? Establishment Democrats are the worst, okay? They are not they're going to be mad at you. They will be mad at you more than Republicans are. Okay, write them up. Forget about them. Okay, don't try to. They'll bring up Russia. They'll bring up all that other crap. All right. So who you're targeting, and libertarians. Guess what, guys? Libertarians actually back us up a little bit. All right. Libertarians are on our side more so than any of the other two parties. Okay. So if you ever run Republicans, say, hey, libertarians, we did the Libertarian Convention. Adam Kokesh, we was our sponsor for our president. We have much to say for the Libertarian Party. Who you're targeting with the initiative are people that aren't political. The middle road, the guys that never really vote. And if they do vote, you want to get them to register right there on your tablet. If they're not registered, but if they are, have them sign. Because the ones that aren't political, as soon as you say 2 or 3 awesome talking points, yeah, I'll sign. Yeah, I'll sign. Yeah, I'll sign. The ones that are politically astute, they're going to want to research you. They're going to want to read the initiative. They're going to want to see who you are. It's just and when they do that, say, okay, hey, can I just get your email for our newsletter, for our email list? Get their fucking information. Sorry for cursing. Get their information. Don't let them leave without getting something from them, okay? If there's a piece of information or even their signature for the initiative, you want that information, because guess what? If they do read it and they say, oh, you know what? It sounds pretty good. I want to sign it. Then guess what? Then we can email. Well, when we email them, they'll have a way of contacting us. Plus, guys, that's also an email list that we can collect, that we can amass, that we can use for marketing, that we can use for all kinds of other stuff in the future. That's what we've been doing, okay? Last thing is, I can't read my own writing. I think that's it, man. I mean, you just want to, whatever the topic is and whatever you're talking about with them, paint a positive picture of what it is going to be like. California's going to be like. Just leave it as a positive picture. Don't leave it like, I don't know, U.S. is going to screw us. Don't ever leave it like that, okay? Leave it like we're better. It's going to be better. It's going to be better. It's. Can you imagine? Say sentences like that. So, I think that's all. That's all I got. And I'll make videos. I'll make a couple of instructional video, guys. It's already on my list. Our list. Hal has to do a video. I got to do a video for this. So, it'll be on there. I'll make a few of them because you can't just cover the range of scenarios that will happen when you're petitioning, because there's so many different people out there. You guys should feel pretty comfortable when you guys go out, though. I'll make sure of that. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Shankar. I just want, before I hand it over to Marcus, just again, something that comes to mind, as you've seen, the theme of this is there's 2 ways to go when talking to people. That is the angle of America's broken, look at the federal government, look at all that. There's that angle, or there's the angle of, like what Shankar said, the positive thing of becoming independent as California. So there's those 2 angles you can go, depending on the person you have in front of you. If it's somebody that you feel's really dismayed with Trump, with this, then you can go the United States is broken type of thing. If it's somebody that is just more positive, that loves California, you can go with, look how much better we would be off, and leave out the broken U.S. argument. But you've got two ways to approach people already, and that's where you have to feel them to see which one is a better way to go. Both are viable for different people. Some will get a bad reaction, like some people, like Shankar said, that are really established Democrats and stuff, might not like the fact that you say the U.S. is broken. They're not going to believe you and whatever. So you might want to go with California values and all that stuff. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm going to hand it off to Marcus to finish this, and then Marcus, you can have everybody talk.
Yeah, I wanted to do a little bit more discussion, but I wanted to throw out a couple points and then hand it back. Let me just say, excellent meeting today. Daniel, thank you for organizing this. Thank you for getting everything together. Okay, let's get a comment from Walter, and then no more comments. Let me finish my piece. So Daniel, please have Walter give a comment, and then I'd like to speak uninterrupted for a few minutes. I can't. Can you hear me? I can't hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, mine is a question. I'm new and I'm still learning about these things, but I've seen some different questions about what's going to be the issue about guns. Are we going to be able to, are we going to be able to have a policy about gun control, or what is the best approach for that issue?
So Marcus might want to answer that, but what I'm going to answer, that's again what Hal was saying, that's an afterthought. That's when we become independent. If people start saying what's going to be that issue when we become independent, then you have to say it in a matter of, then the voters will decide at that time. It's one of those answers you give after. You don't want to get into what will it be like. You never want to get into that. So that's my answer. Hal, you agree? Okay. Marcus, I'm going to give it to you if you want to answer that, or and then go on.
Okay, thank you all very much. This was a great conference. Thank you, Daniel, for setting this up. I really appreciate it. Good information. A lot of people had great quality content. So this was a great conference. We accomplished our goal. I want everyone to know that. Many of you thought about your talking points. You've seriously been thinking about this, supporting this initiative and what you can do. So, wow, everybody came through. I just want to say, yes, there's more to do, but you all, this was good. This was really good. We as a movement have gelled around an idea and everybody's thinking about it. And wow, that's a level of focus that we've never had before, ever. So 2016, 2017, that's what that group's doing, and screw them, we have nothing to do with that. Now everybody's saying, okay, we're all going to support the initiative, whether what group you're in. That's never happened before. And we have people in power talking to us. Never happened before. So I want everybody to get that straight in your head. The movement has never been more unified. Yes, there's a lot more work to do. I already know what you're thinking. Yes, we have never been this unified, and we have never had this much institutional response, ever. So in those two regards, we're better than we've ever been, and that includes when Trump won. Know that. Now, a couple things. Here's my talking points that I would say. Number one is, if they're going, why should California secede? I would look them in the eye and say, do you have a thing called TV? Because if are you not seeing America's falling apart, the pandemic response, cities on fire, etc. The country's clearly falling apart. And I'm coming from the Hannah Miyamoto / Hal Moore school, which is, you're looking at me like I'm crazy? You must not have these things. Because if you're watching TV, it's clearly broke or sinking or failing, and it clearly can't be fixed. And if you're questioning that, move on. Because you're not going to get it, you're brain dead. And I would come at them hard like that. Oh, seceding and looking at it's crazy? You crazy. You don't have a plan for a lifeboat? You think it's outrageous to think of this? Obviously, you're brain dead. I would come at them hard. That's my opinion. Don't have to do it. I would also tell them, if they go, why should California secede? Well, two reasons. One, I think we're a pretty good place. And I think some of you were hitting on it. We pursue laws America won't. We pursue laws and progressive ideas America won't do. We would have more money to fund everything we want to do. Do you want better schools? Gonna happen. Better roads? Gonna happen. Better buildings? Gonna happen. You name whatever you want, we're gonna get more of it, because there's gonna be more money, like 160 billion, or 2 times the budget. So if anybody's like, why would this be better? How about everything that we don't fund well is fixed forever? If that ain't enough to impress you, you're probably brain dead. Secondly, and I said this to Jim Wonderman. I said this to Jim Wonderman, who is super well connected to the political establishment. I said this to Wonderman, who's very well connected to the political establishment, and he stopped what he was doing and zeroed in on what I was saying, because he knew I was right. He couldn't say it, but he goes like this. You're right. Sacramento politicians are politicians. You're right. And they're going to blame this and say, I can't do that, and be corrupt and not get what you want. But you know what makes Sacramento politicians able to do that? Is they can go, I can't keep track of these federal regulations and these regulations and this, and the feds won't let me. Picture a Sacramento where they don't have anyone to blame but themselves. I'm sorry, Governor. I'm sorry, Assembly. You can't blame the federal government. If you, Sacramento, don't get it done, it's all your fault, and there's nowhere to blame, and you can't confuse the public anymore. When I said that to Jim Wonderman, who has worked for two politicians, calls Nancy Pelosi and her nephew routinely, he stopped what he was doing, and you could see his eyes clicking on. He got it. Sacramento politicians love being able to say, it's so complex, the feds are getting out of my way, the courts, whatever, wiped out. You're going to do what I told you to do, or you're going to be fired, Newsom. That's never happened in California politics, ever. And Jim Wonderman, his eyes got real big when I said that. He knew exactly what I was talking about, a level of accountability that would never happen before. That plus doubling the budget should be enough to get these people going, wow, it would be better. You're talking about we have money to fund everything and politicians who can't blame anybody else but themselves. Folks, that's nirvana. That's a utopian level we've never been able to achieve. That's huge. Secondly, I would come at them with, why do you think we can stay part of America? You're not seeing it falling apart? Look, when I talked to Jim Wonderman, you got to understand, he spent an hour of that talk talking about his son. I called Jim Wonderman. We talked about an initiative to secede. He spent half an hour speaking about his boy, who was learning how to drive and going to become an adult soon. Now, why would someone that politically connected, who would never spit on me if I was lit on fire by lightning, talk with me now for an hour and spend half the time talking about his teenage son? Maybe because he's terrified for his children's future and he doesn't know if there's going to be a country. Folks, this is a politically connected, powerful person. I don't have the video, but trust me, he spent most of that time going, what happens to my kid? I have to think that's the reason why he picked up the phone. He is terrified about the future for his children. That's key. That's key. Zoom in on that. And the accountability for politicians, his eyes got real big. He knew what's up. So I would use those. Secondly, if anybody comes at you with Russia, this is why we partnered with Independent California. This is why Independent California is leading the initiative. This is why Shankar's doing the training. This is why Hal's being leader. That don't go nowhere. Oh, Russia, Russia, Russia. Okay, well, IC is doing most of the on-the-ground work, most of the actual coordination of activists. Oh, they must be a Russian spy. I tell you what, why don't you go talk to Hal Lohr and Shankar and tell them that to their face? And then let's get a camera rolling and see how well that flies. It's going to go nowhere. Point to IC, tell them, here's their phone number, go accuse them to their face and tell me how well that went for you. It's going to go horribly. So Russia's wiped out. Why should you do this? You're blind. Or you're telling me accountable politicians and double our budget isn't better? You must be crazy. Finally, I will point out that, yes, Hal Lohr is correct. Do not put up with harassment from anybody. Anybody harasses you, goodbye. Do not spend time arguing with people who are never going to agree. Goodbye. There's no point. I mean, if you enjoy that, great, but there's no point. You're just wasting your time. You're just going to get stressed out. It's better to kick that person to the curb and move, wait for somebody else who's interested. Shankar's right. John's right. So those are my main reasons. I would also point out the Colorado River. If anyone brings up the Colorado River, tell them that the people who run that thing say it's going to be dry in 10 years. It's dead. The people who run the Colorado River have said because of the thing called global heat rising, Colorado River is not reliable anymore. We can't count on it as Californians, period. You're going to have the Colorado cut off from the federal government. Mother Nature's going to do that way before they ever get around. So what's your plan to place it? You don't get to do, well, we stay part of America and we get the Colorado River. What's your plan to replace that water? Thanks for bringing it up. By the way, it's gone anyways. So that's not a good reason to not leave. Who said that? The people who run that mother. Why don't you go tell them they don't know what they're doing? By the way, the manager of the Colorado River said the situation is so dire. He wrote an article predicting that in the future, if the Colorado River stayed like this, states would secede. The person who runs the Colorado River said it's so bad that he speculated states would secede if it stays this way. Not exaggerating. That's how bad it is. The Colorado River is not a good talking point for anybody. Additionally, here's how you can make it easy to get signatures. A lot of people have already saying this. If you have a shirt and you have a sign, I got a shirt and a sign that says initiative. You can see me a mile away. What do you think I'm talking about? An initiative, independence, They're going to know, folks. So when they approach you, they're already approaching you, ready to talk about this. So great. You get a sign and a shirt, you're halfway there. You get a table and you put one person besides you behind that table. It could be your grandma who says, I don't believe this. Okay, grandma, can you sit behind the table and drink coffee for an hour while I talk? Sure. They're going to think grandma's with you. Grandma never said that. Doesn't matter. They saw two people. Shirt, sign, table, one person who thinks this is the dumbest idea ever, but will hang out with you because they love you, sitting behind the table. 80% easier. 80% easier right off the bat. So you don't do those things, yeah, you got to approach people. But you have a sign thing, table, which is cheap and you can print, and a friend, you're 80% there. Super easy. Secondly, Hal's right. If you don't get the signatures, every single person is a member. Every single person you talk to is a member. Every single person you speak with is a new member. And if they don't join, this is what I would do. I would say offend them. So if you know some Trump-loving Republicans coming up, have grandma turn the phone on, have the Trumper come on over, and then say the most offensive, terrifying Fox News thing you can to them on that video, have them be offended, and I'm pissed and I'm going to go write about how people you should not know. Great, great. Make sure to tell everybody I'm called Independent California when you say how I'm horrible, please. Free publicity. Free publicity. Conservatives, these Californians are so left, they're going to secede. Oh my God. Thank you. Thank you for the free press. Oh, and I posted the video of you being offended by me. And thank you for sharing that with your fellow Republicans, because when left people see conservatives get pissed off, left people join. So I would say upset some Republicans and go out of your way to do it. You'll have people emailing and calling you and asking to join for free. This is California. They love it when you offend Trump people. Know that. So sign, shirt, buddy, table, 80% easy. Cut off the people who are too difficult to talk, focus on the next thing, and offend Trumpers. The other thing I would say is, if you have a tablet, you can say I'm registering people to vote. Big sign over your table. Sign petition to secede, equally big sign, register to vote. What a horrible person you are, trying to get citizens in your community to vote. Wow. Folks, they're gonna love it. You're a hero. You're trying to get people to vote. And if you, like Professor Williams put up a sign saying, join the state guard. I got a thing to register people to vote, poor minorities especially, and I got a form to sign the state guard. You monster. No one's gonna say that. By the way, I also have a petition to secede. I support my community, okay? I want my community voting. I want my community in the Cal Guard, and I think you should also sign this. I'm civic-minded. I'm a community member. Now you're 90% easy. See how easy that got? It's only 10% difficult now. I took it from 100% difficult to 10% difficult. Shirt, sign, friend behind table. We're registering people to vote and signing this petition. 90% easy. Only friends and allies are going to show up. And the occasional person who signs up to argue with you is probably going to get argued at by the other people there. The other thing is, the moment you have one person standing in front of you, 15 others will show up. That's the thing you need to know. You get one person talking to you, 100 other people see that. They see your sign for secession. Oh my God, people are interested in secession. I saw a random person walk up to that tent. 15 other people will walk up. It's not super hard. Also, I got to tell you something I'm real pleased with. Shankar Singham and Simha, John is up in the Bay, in NorCal, Shankar's down in LA. Those guys are masters. I've watched them. And then Matt Owens is also a master. I mean, these people can just walk up to anybody and get them to sign anything. So I'm not that good. I am not that good. I have seen John in action. I have seen Shankar in action. I've seen videos of Matt. I am not that good. But we have people who are. I just want you all to know, this time we got veterans, field marshal generals with tons of experience. Simha, Shankar, Owens. It's there, and we know what we're doing. Finally, I'm going to leave it with this. Get your signs, get a petition, join the register to vote. People are going to love you. It's going to be great. Now, I want to add one last thing. So I've spent about $4,000 on this initiative. We have gained media publicity. We have gained the California Senate knowing who we are. One of the 100 most powerful people who speaks to the governor has read our initiative on secession. And we have worked with a Green Party founder on our initiative for secession. That's huge. That's huge. I cannot we're not appreciating how big that is. Famous people in power were part of this initiative. That's what we're going to get to say. That's game changing. I don't think you're going to have to sell people that hard on why to secede. I don't think it's like last time. I know what people were talking about. It was tough to get progressives. People see America falling apart now. I really don't think it's going to be tough like before. I think they're going to get it. And if they don't, look them in the eye and go, you dumb? I mean, are you, like, seriously, are you stupid? Like, you don't see TV? They couldn't handle the pandemic response. European countries are talking about pulling out of NATO. 20 cities were on fire. If this ain't enough to convince you, there's nothing going to happen, homie. Walk on. You clearly can't be, you don't understand English and are unsentient. Now, we're there. It's going well. I would like to leave it with, if anybody can PayPal me some money, I could use some. So I spent about $2,200 of my own money to make this happen and do advertising. I was happy to do it. Happy to do it, love to do it. However, I'm not going to be able to pay rent here in about 5 days. So if any of you can PayPal me at marcus.ruiz.evans@gmail, whatever you can, I'd appreciate it. If you can't, it's fine. I know some of you are on budgets. I'm not talking to you and I don't want your money. If you have struggling to budgets, do not send me a penny. I will not accept it. But if you can, please. And I'm doing that to point out I need help, but also to point this out. There are some debates going on in our movement right now between people who want to get things done and people who want to debate and debate and debate and think about it and check it out again versus the activists. We're going to have to move past debate comes in the way of activism. We're going to have to, as a group of people, say, I love debate, I love think tanks, do it over here, do not do it in front of activism. Stand aside. Activism goes forward. We have to evolve as a movement to do that if we're going to win. And this is what I want you all to get. I just got the initiative going. I just filed it. I grabbed people who could. We are getting attention. Now, some people are rightfully saying, hey, Mark, you didn't run it by me. You didn't run this. You didn't run that. And if I waited to talk to everybody, we'd have nothing. You move or shit don't happen. Don't wait for perfect. Don't wait to check every box. Go. Start. So to all the critics of, you didn't consult me and you didn't do this, you're right. You're right. And if I checked every box, we'd have nothing. Get started, jump, or get out of the way. And I need everybody in this movement to understand that and tell everybody else in this movement. There are people now who are saying, let's debate instead of act. Wrong. How we lose. Bad. I love think tanks. You know I do. On the side, not in front of activism. I was willing to risk being homeless because this is that important. Don't wait for people. Don't ask for permission. Jump. You are the leader. You are the one that's going to make this happen. And the moment that initiative got filed, people started coming out of the woodwork. Don't do this, don't do that. I don't like what Marcus said. I'm glad that happened, because now you know who you should cut from your life. When things happen, people jump up and say, hold on, wait, don't do that, I'm not sure. Goodbye. You're not with me. I'm going somewhere. Now, I didn't say, hey, Mark, I got other phone calls. Mark, here's an issue with this initiative. I think you should handle this. Marcus, the way you said this to someone, I didn't like it. You should do that again. I love you for saying that to me. Sue has called me out. John has called me out. Daniel has called me out. Hannah has called me out. I love you all. Not who I'm talking about. Constructive criticism is one thing. We need that. I'm talking about people who don't say how to make the initiative better, but say, maybe we shouldn't do it at all. Or hold on and let's talk about it for 2 more weeks. Get the fuck out. There's no place for you. We don't need you. Leave. You are hurting the movement. I'm sorry to be that way. I wasn't even going to make the statement, but folks, it's getting real. And I'm seeing people coming in and being obstructionists. Bye. You all know I'll debate with you. Some of you have really called me out. I love you for it because you wanted the same thing. You know, I argue with Hannah all the time. I love it because Hannah wants what I want. Ultimately, we have 2 different visions to go there. And then there are other people who will argue with me for the sake of arguing. You got to know which one you're talking to, okay? There's some of us that are going to argue and come after each other because we want it so bad. And then there's going to be some of us who are going to jump and obstruct because they're trying to grab power or they're sensing it's real. We're going places now. Activism needs to be the way forward, and anybody who can't do it needs to step out. We're there now. Move forward with that. And here's why. We gained 3,200 new members last week. We gained 3,200 new members. I'll write it down for you so everybody gets what I'm talking about. Here you go. Plus 3,200 new 3,200, 3,000 new members who are ready to do something and join because they saw the initiative. Why do you think they contacted us? Probably because they want to help. That number could have been 10,000. So let me draw that out for you. Okay? This is really important, and I need everybody to get this. See that number? That's 10,000 new members ready to help with the initiative. We're not going to get that. We're only going to get 3,000. So we have lost 7,000 potential members. We have lost 7,000 members. We have lost 7,000 members. We have lost 7,000 members. Why did we do that? Because the people who said they were going to donate to the initiative had to debate and talk. So the money's not here. So I wasn't able to put it in advertising. So that is now wiped out and gone. I needed that money at a certain time to promote advertising. I told everybody that 3 weeks ago. A lot of people couldn't come through. Now, I've already talked to some of you. I'm not blaming you. You know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about other people. Those of you that talk to me, you know I ain't talking about you. But I want everybody in the movement to know this. When you debate, when you wait, we fucking lose. We lost 7 motherfucking thousand members because people couldn't come through. You are making us lose. I have no tolerance for the people who want to debate anymore. We lost 7 fucking thousand members because of your ass. Thank you for holding us all back. The people who want to debate and stand in the way need to get the fuck out. Best way I know how to say it, you cost us 7,000 members by debating and talking. There was a real cost. And you made it where I'm probably going to be living on the streets next week. Thank you. Now, I love many of you, and you know who I'm talking about. I ain't talking about you. But get that right. When you want to talk and you want to debate and you need to go over this and it ain't perfect, people go fucking homeless and we lose 7 goddamn fucking thousand members. You fucked us. Get out of the way. I don't ever want to talk to you again. The rest of you on this call, I love you. You're not who I'm talking about. We're going to move people and win, or we're going to lose. It's real now. I couldn't even get 5 members last year. I have 3,000. I could have had 10. People didn't come through. We lost 7,000 members. If I had delivered you 10,000 members, this game would be different. Now we're going to be doing it with 3. Still good. Jesus Christ, folks, imagine 10,000 new motherfuckers who are ready to sign this initiative. We lost it. Gone. Thank you, the people who wanted to debate. Thank you, the people who wanted for perfect. Thank you, people who waited. Thank you, people who couldn't jump on board. You fucked us. In my opinion, you should not be part of the movement. Everybody on this call is not who I'm talking about. But you know who I'm talking about. I'm going to leave it there. We are close.
Wait.
A guy who calls the governor spent an hour. The head of the Senate called. Get it through. I mean, Jesus Christ, people, we are almost there. This is the time to win. Talking points, hustle. That's why I'm calling you all. You guys are the ones that hustle. Everybody on this call is the people who hustle. You are the leaders. You will win. Those people who want to sit in the background and talk, who else? Go away. You ain't going to be part of it. I don't want you to be part of it, and I'll talk shit on you the moment you try to step up. Now, those of you that called me out and work, I love you. You could call me out on TV and all you're going to get is a big hug from me because you do shit and you make things happen. I love it when you people call me out if you do stuff. I'll leave it there, Daniel. Take us out. Thanks, brother.
Thank you, Mark. Hold on, Shankar. I'm going to close it off, then people can start talking. So I just want to say, Marcus, the people that are on this call that you're referring to, not us, but affiliated with these organizations, we realize exactly what you're saying, and we're just as frustrated. And we know your frustration, and I see your passion in it. I'm probably gonna have to beep you out about 50 times because of the words you said, but that's okay. I understand your frustration. It's our frustration as well, and we're trying to deal with it as best as we can. That being said, I just want to go back to something before we close the meetings. I wanted to say there's demographics here that we didn't talk too much about, and those are the Latinos, the African Americans, conservatives. Marcus noted the conservatives that it's better to get them to give us bad press. What happens usually is they blog it, and you will get all these people saying, let them leave. California, kick them out. This is it. We want that. We love that because we're getting conservatives actually say, we don't care if California leaves, they're a pain in our ass, get them out of there. We want that publicity because now we can say, look guys, Californians, you're hated, because Californians don't even know they're hated. They don't even know they're hated in the other states. And so now I love to, I actually printed once all the blogs of these conservatives, and I had them at a table and showing people what they think of California. And people couldn't believe it. And I go, well, yeah, this is like mainstream. And so it's great for them to see that. Now, as far as the Latino and the African-American, Latinos, just so you know, the hard thing to get, and we should definitely, like Joe said, have this in Spanish, but the hard thing with the Latino population is they're afraid. They're afraid of, being on video, signing anything, because they're afraid that they're going to be deported or that somebody's going to look into their families, and rightfully so with ICE and everything. So don't get jaded if you can't get Hispanics and stuff, because the only ones you're going to get are the ones that are second generation, that are really involved. But the ones that are afraid, like you're going to see them pass by and everything, and they'll act like they don't understand English or anything. But that's out of fear because they are a group that's targeted. They, of course, the federal government's doing that on purpose to keep them from voting, to keep them afraid on all these issues. African Americans, that's a whole different story. This is where we have a huge argument to say to them, do you think all these protests are going to change something in America? They've already said it in polls that 80% of them do not feel like anything's going to change in America. So if you already get them to say no, you've got the end. You go, so really, independent California should be your only choice, because we're going to make sure to give you those rights to change things. This is your way out in California, at least. So that's a great talking point for them, and we should target them, because unlike the Latinos, they're not afraid, as we've seen, to go to protests and things like that. The reason we don't see Latinos that much is because what I said, there's not Latino protests in huge quantities because they're afraid as a demographic. So I just wanted to say that, and I wanted to say that Hal, and this is part of the initiative thing, is getting little stickers. I'm gonna let Hal say, what do they say, the little stickers, Hal? They say I voted, or what do they say?
No, they're just independent California.
They're little independent California things that we could give after somebody has signed. We're not going to tell them to sign because we're going to give them that, but we'll give them, just like when somebody votes, they say I voted. We'll give them a little sticker to put. It makes people feel proud that they did something, and so that's a great advertising. So I just wanted to say Hal's going to get them really soon, and we'll be able to use those among hopefully other media that we can use.
I've already got the first 1,000.
Okay, so he's got the first 1,000. That's a great thing. So in closing, and then after you guys can come in and talk if you will, I just want to say thank you again for being here. This was a great meeting. You guys had great points. Keep them in mind. Think about them. We'll talk about them again in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, what I would like to do, and Hal and Shankar are going to be a big part of it. We're going to have video tutorials for the, how to approach people, all that stuff. And we're going to go through the technical aspects of it, because there's a lot of technical, not a lot, but there's things that you need to know on where to set up, when you want to get signatures, how to get people to fill it out, because if it's the wrong county, if they don't sign, all that stuff could be negated totally. So that's an important aspect of talking about the technical issues of that. So we will talk about that and just kind of think over all these points, and we will expand on it with the technical and tutorials in 2 weeks. So it should be interesting. And so thank you, and please do not be afraid, be excited. I always say fear and excitement are very close. All you have to do is switch your mind to say, no, I'm not afraid, I'm excited, actually. And you go in with that thought in there, and you're going to do way better, because you're going to go up to people and be excited, not afraid. People will feel your fear, but they'll also feel your excitement. So that's all I say is when you go out there, be in your best mental, state, and people will feel it and be excited, and people will navigate towards you naturally. So thank you all for that. Then right now, I don't know where Shankar went, but he had something to say. If you guys want to talk, I'm still going to keep on recording. But as far as the meeting itself, this is where I will end it after that. Anybody want to say something? Shankar. Go ahead, unmute yourself, Shankar. Actually, I'm going to unmute everybody.
Where'd Marcus go?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Fuck, man. I can't believe that guy fuck is out of rent, man. I mean, God. Jeez, man.
Yeah, he is. He's already sent me an email and stuff.
I didn't know that at all, man. Why? Okay, it kind of screwed me up a little bit. But look, everybody, I want you to know this. What we're doing here, what we're doing is more American than what most Americans can even comprehend. Believe that. Ultimately, when they call you a traitor and when they call you an insurrectionist, no, sir. I'm being more American than you because you've lost your way. The United States has lost their way. I'm only doing what the forefathers and the founders of this country did for the exact same thing and for the exact same reasons.
Mm-hmm.
If you can't get a grip around that, and that is exactly why we need to separate from the United States. Go back to the United States. Guys, remember that, guys. Remember that. Because if those founders were here, they would be on our side. They would be on our side. Okay, especially after seeing what the United States has become. So that's all I wanted to add. There was more, but Marcus kind of ruined it. I feel bad for him, man.
Mood killer. Marcus, you're a mood killer. Jesus.
I'd like to say I totally agree with that, Shankar. I happen to know more about United States history and United States law than most people who are like, America. A lot of those folks that are like, blind patriotic, fanatics, a lot of them know little to nothing about the United States or its laws or its system or, like anything politically science related. Like you ask them, what is rule of law? They can't tell you. 9 times out of 10, those, American fanatic types, they don't know and they don't care to know. And that's why, like a really good friend of mine, we have, debate, and we don't always see eye to eye, but we still have intellectual discussion about things. And he brought up that, well, isn't that kind of California kicking America in the ass while America's falling down? I was like, well, not really, because that would imply that we're actually like one with America, and we're not. Because, like, look at the mentality, look at the things that people say online, on national television, giving us a swift kick in the ass and to the teeth and, peeing on us while we're down. Like, they constantly use and abuse California and California. And that means that, they're not abusing themselves, they're abusing us. They have made us other. And because of that, us acknowledging this separation is not a, hey, fuck you, America. It's a, oh, we finally agree. We're done trying to fight this fight and say, hey, we're part of this, right? You guys really want us gone? Fine. Hey, we're going. You go ahead and do your thing. We're not going to stop you.
Yeah.
Dude, you're gonna run into the self-loathing Californian out there, man. The ones that have bought into the Fox News California sucks, and they're gonna come up to you and be like, "Oh, like California's even gonna be able to make it on its own." Sir, where do you live? I live right here. Why don't you get the fuck out? That's what I want to say, but I don't. That's what I want to say, but I don't. The self-loathings are the worst, man.
And Shank, I want to add to what Shankar's saying. Also, another type of person you're going to have, and you have to ask this question early on: is people that are not from California that are going to come and talk to you, and they're going to talk to you, and you're going to see, okay, they're conservative Californian. No, they're not even Californian. So when you ask them that, you go, well, why the hell are you talking about California? You're not even Californian. And you're saying stuff about us. I said, I can respect a Californian saying that, but not you that's out of the state and telling us what we should be doing. So you can shut them down already by asking them, are you from California, first of all? That's the one thing. And then the other argument that you can make also, when people say, it's never going to happen, independence. California independence is never going to happen. You'll get this from everybody, Californians or not. And so what you can say is, what happened, weren't they saying that about, the American Revolution? Weren't they saying that it will be impossible to ever have the colonies separate from England? They said exactly the same thing. Okay.
And Trump.
Impossible to beat England.
What happened? It's not impossible. It's rare. It's hard, but it's not impossible. And we want to do it peacefully. That's the difference between the American Revolution and us. And so if that wasn't impossible, neither is this. So that's a huge argument to tell them to cut them off right away. And they'll go, oh, well, that wasn't the same thing. I go, well, how? How was it not? It was the same thing. So that's just what I wanted to say on those things. Hal, if you want to say something and finish it off. Are you there, Hal? You want to?
Finish it off.
I mean, not finishing off. If you want to say something, if anybody wants to say something now.
No, that's what. No, I tend to remind people that it's like there was a sort of an interesting movie that was out a little while ago that was called Thank You for Smoking. Don't know if anybody's seen it. I highly recommend it. And it talks about marketing. It talks about viral marketing in particular and using conversation. And one of the things that the protagonist says in this to his son, when they were discussing ice cream, and he said, I don't have to get you to agree with me. I'm not talking to you when I'm talking. I'm talking to all the people who are around us, who are in the sound of our voice. All the people who are listening in, or who may be listening in, if I can get to them, then I win. And that's often how it works in a booth. You may be talking to somebody across from you, and this person across from you can be losing it. Oh, it'll never happen. You're a Russian. You're just a Russian plant. Where are you going to get your water? What are you going to do for a military? We're just going to bomb you and we've heard all of these. In fact, we hear them regularly. Some of the other more colorful ones, it's like it goes on and on and on. When you're discussing with this person, I mean, basically it's like, well, then you stop them and you say, well, I guess then you're not interested in signing our petition. So thank you very much. And you go on, you turn to talk to somebody else. The conversation you've had with this person is still good. It is still good. It's like you want to keep your professionalism up, because it's not this person that you're going to win over. It's the person behind them who's waiting to come up and talk, who's waiting to sign, who may be waiting to sign the initiative. It's that person you're after. You're gonna you speak your points and you speak them plainly and simply, and with good. You deliver them with a good amount of, professionalism, and move on to the next person. We move on to the next person.
Good advice. Yeah, Walter, go ahead. You're unmuted.
I'm really concerned about Marcus. Is Marcus here?
No, I just sent him a text message. Where did he go? I don't know.
Okay. Well, Marcus has accomplished a great and wonderful thing. This is a really important accomplishment, to a great extent due to his work. And it's just horrible that he is having to, in addition to doing this work, that he's having to fund it from his own personal bank account, to the detriment of not even having a place to live. Okay, I hope that he received the second check that I sent him. And I hope I'm not one of the people that he was talking about. I'm on Social Security, so I'm not like a wealthy person, but
Then you're not one of the people.
I'm sorry, what?
Then you're not one of the people he was talking about.
No, you're not. No, nobody here is anybody like that. So
Okay. Well, in any case, I did send him 2 checks, and I would be prepared to send him another check for $400 if somebody else will agree to match it. Is there anybody that would do that? Because I really think we have to support him. We cannot let him threaten his financial stability.
I agree, and I will pledge some more money for him.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him what I can too, man.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Unfortunately, most activists are not very wealthy, and that's the problem with any organization.
You want to do a GoFundMe for him real quick, so we can go there and dump it. There he is. Look at him. There he is. There he is. Look at like himself. We're talking about you, guy.
We're all upset. We're all upset, Marcus. You just like you kind of touched us on that on the mic.
That would stress out anybody. I totally have been there.
Dude,
yeah, the GoFundMe doesn't require PayPal, right?
What? Yeah, it does.
Oh, it does?
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
I don't know if it requires it, but I do know that they do have a linking ability to make it easy.
It's the easiest thing I know. It's the easiest thing. It's the easiest one I know. That
ask Marcus, which way would you like to receive which way would be the best for you?
Yeah, I don't think you even posted your email for your PayPal on here.
Marcus?
I don't think he's listening, bro.
You're not.
Well, for what it's worth, I just texted Marcus to give me his address so I can pop him a check. Maybe because I'm old or something. Look at all these gray hairs. But I like to just. And
you like to write a check.
I like to write the check, but I also like not paying 2.7% to some large corporation.
No, it's not. It's 0. If you put friends and family, it's 0.
On PayPal?
Yeah.
Well, I sent him a check too, and Walter sent him a check. I mean, that's the way we did it last time.
I sent two.
Yeah,
Marcos, can you hear us?
Marcus.
Yes, I can. I don't want any more money from Walter. Walter's given a lot. Thank you all, and I apologize again. I'm more frustrated that we lost 7,000 members. We would have been in a totally different spot.
Okay,
and that's going to hurt all of us.
But
Can you tell me what advertising you're talking about, by the way? You didn't make that clear.
So when we did advertising on social media for Yes
Facebook?
California, Facebook and Twitter, we got we mentioned the website and we had 3,200 new people say, here's my email, keep me informed, and I want to probably know how to volunteer. So that's a volunteer force of 3,200 people.
Mm-hmm.
Because the advertising at Google, like when it's hot, if you put enough money on it, it'll trend more. But after it's done being hot, it takes so much money to get going there. So when the fire is hot, you got to put the kindling on. You come around later, try to start the fire over again, don't work that way. So if I got the money that people promised, I could have 10,000 new members for all of us. Now we only get 3,000, 1/3 of the potential haul, because people couldn't come through.
Yeah,
If we had 10,000 members,
yeah,
life would be so much different for all of us.
right.
So
But
much different.
you are going to get a nice boost as soon as the petition's actually been approved, right? That's in August.
Yeah, but hey, I mean, would you rather have 2 fully functioning legs, or I just chop one off at the ankle?
Well, I said before, I mean, I emailed everybody knowing that I said that we cannot start from 0 miles an hour on when as soon as the resolution comes out. It should be doing on now. This idea that we got nothing to do right now is ridiculous. You got lots to do right now.
Marcus, our concern is not so much the publicity and stuff that's done. Our concern is you right now, that you don't have enough money, that you're saying you can't pay your rent. That's our concern. That the advertising comes after that, you know, if we have enough money. But hey, no, the priority is that you be able to pay your rent and eat. Okay, it's not the advertising. I mean, even if we had $2,000, we wouldn't put it in advertising. We give it to you right now, obviously. So you know, that's what we're saying right now, and we're all racking our brains to see how we could provide that for you.
Marcus,
we're gonna try on our side to do that. Hal,
PayPal or write a check. Those are the two.
Hal and Shankar and I are going to work on something that we can have some effect on. So we're gonna try. We're gonna do all that.
Okay, if you all will pledge to do that, I will send another check. Marcus, I think it's very important right now for you to recognize the extreme accomplishment that you have accomplished. And so I know it's difficult for you because of this financial situation, but look at this milestone that you have accomplished. That is a great accomplishment. Okay, so don't let yourself get into this negative mindset, because you are the person who has led this effort. And look at, it's never been accomplished before. Okay, and more will be accomplished when it's approved.
Yep. And remember, guys, too, that this is a good time to tell you the reason why I have that little yellow rosette, y'all, was didn't I tell Marcus? I said to Marcus, I said, if we're going to make history, let's make history.
Yes.
Let's create something that will live on after we've all are no longer, and it'll be in history books. Like, here's a picture. Here's this amazing campaign that happened in 2020, and here's their symbol. I figure that's how you so I just want to say that I hope that inspires people to think of it that way. Like, this will be the symbol of the movement that we'll remember after all our names are forgotten and everything else. It'll be like,
hey, I really appreciate it. Let me go cool down for about 30 minutes, and I'll call y'all back.
You're here.
Sorry.
I'm cooking a dinner, y'all.
Okay, Marcus.
Love you very much, everybody. I really do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guys. If you want to,
and Marcus, be sure to text out your address.
Okay. Are you still there? Did he leave?
Yeah, he left. If you guys want to stay on and talk with each other, I'll leave the thing. But I have a few things to do myself. So.
Okay. Well, if you all will match it, I will send another check.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna send him some money again. I already sent him a check like you, Walter, but I'll do another one.
Well, yeah. Any other people?
Yeah, and hopefully if we can get the we might have a Joker card given to us by the federal government. If they put in another 1,200 stimulus, then we should definitely get part of that. That's what Marcus did. He used his stimulus check. I used part of mine for that. So maybe we might be saved by our enemy, the federal government, and use it for Marcus. So there still is hope for that.
Right, because
Keep that in mind.
he has done amazing things, and we need to support him.
All right, guys.
If I may, just while it's still recording, I wanted to point out earlier a couple of things. One is that this initiative is a two-part thing. There are two questions on it, right? One is, should we pursue independence? The other is, should California put together this blue panel thing to look into all of these issues? So anytime someone says, well, what about this? What about guns? What about Social Security? What about healthcare? The blue panel. The blue panel. It's on the initiative. If you're concerned about that, if that's your big thing, you want to check yes on the blue panel thing. Because that right there is going to solve all of that. The other thing that I'd like to point out is Marcus was saying, you know, there is an overwhelming amount of support this time around. There are people like my foster mom, who is a teacher back home in Grass Valley. She, last time around, being my foster mom, she's heard all about CalExit from me, all the ins and outs, the law, all of it. She's supportive of me, right? But has been very clear that she doesn't think it's actually going to happen, at least back then. And that, you know, really ultimately it just kind of seemed iffy, and she probably wouldn't vote for it, but, you know, she doesn't like hold it against me that I'm pursuing it. The moment that I let her know that we were refiling the initiative on the 3rd, she called me, we had a good talk, and she is the last person that I would have expected to be just outright going, hey, you know, keep me informed with CalExit. Let me know what's going on with that. Let me know when the vote comes up, because I'll definitely vote for it. I think America's, she said it, not me. I never brought up America at that point, never brought up America's broken or failing at that point in the conversation. She came out right and said, I think America is not going to be able to come back from this. I think that's it. It's done. It's over. A school teacher, very, very well educated woman who was not like hating on us, but definitely not for it, is now going, oh shit, that's the lifeboat you're building. Let me in.
Right. And Jason, you make a good point. That's what I'm excited about this time around, is to see how many people have that reaction. Maybe we're going to be pleasantly surprised and see people saying, oh my God, I've been waiting for you guys like for 4 years now, you know, or whatever. I'm ready to jump ship and stuff. Hopefully it might be easier than we think, you know, at this point, this juncture. So I'm hoping there's a lot of people like that, like that person that will come and say, hey, definitely, I'm on board, you know, and we're gonna see, we're gonna start to see like the atmosphere, the mood of Californians through this. And so it'll be interesting. For me, it's going to be really interesting this time around to see what happens, you know?
Oh, yeah. Well, I really do see that this is the time where it's actually going to happen. Like, it's not just me saying, you know, well, I'm really hopeful. Like, last time around, I was really hopeful, but it was all up in the air. This time around, like, and I predicted that Trump would win. The moment the DNC undermined Senator Bernard Sanders the first time around, I predicted that Trump would win. And guess what? Trump won.
Me too.
My prediction, the moment that we started getting actual state officials interested least not coming out and being like, no, 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 no. My prediction went from, well, I don't know, let's have hope and faith, to, I think this might actually happen now. Like, this time, I think this is it. And, you know, I've got like a 99% success rate with my predictions. I'm not perfect, but I'm pretty good.
If I can interject something, Sue made a little chat insert there where she said that she's going to try to go to some of the corporate groups in the Silicon Valley and try to raise the money. I think that's what all of us need to do in whatever connections or whatever way that we possibly can to expand the financial base here, because we need it now to get this initiative the publicity that it's required.
So I can speak to that. I'm actually in the process of creating a political action committee. This has been kind of in the works, but I'm right about to launch that. And that will be somewhere where everybody, like corporate, you know, that's exactly where they can put their money into that. And then that's going to be a way for me to help kind of funnel the money from the political action committee to the other organizations like IC, Yes California, that sort of thing.
Excellent. Excellent.
Now, also, I do want to speak more on that. Okay, so here's the plan. I know I've kind of said this with a few people, but not everybody knows what I'm doing. And I kind of want to lay it out for you guys. So here's the plan. I'm building a mirror organization, just like there is the California independence movement. I'm building a movement that is outside of California in the red states, okay? And then I'm building that political action committee to help those people to donate into that, okay? So it helps the whole movement, and it comes from all these red states. What I'm asking people in the red states is, hey, you guys hate America, or you guys hate California, help kick us out. Put your money where your mouth is, okay? And so I'm building that whole organization there. If you guys have contacts in those red states that want us out, let me know. I want to talk to them. So I need to talk to as many people as I can to kind of build that infrastructure.
Yeah. Joe, so get in touch with Marcus with that, because we did a panel with conservatives, with about 12 conservative organizations, you know, a while back, and so he still has those contacts. And
yeah,
they
we're in
were
the process of nailing those guys out too. Yeah.
Yeah, they were really receptive of coming, you know, for coming to these video conferences. So we already have a foot in, so that might be a great thing. So I would definitely get in touch with Marcus, because he has I have him somewhere, but I think he has all of those contacts.
Yeah, Marcus has already talked to me about that. We've already been in touch with one person, and we're already ready to go to the next one. We were going to hit somebody in New York this coming week.
Cool.
But if you guys know anybody on your own, family members, anybody like that, let me know. Shoot them my way.
Joe, I think that's a brilliant idea. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, also, I've been...
Oh,
sorry, go ahead.
Hit up the people of Kentucky.
Okay. Yeah.
My biological father, he considers Kentucky his home, and he really, really despises California, despises the Cal Exit movement. He would rather see California break off and fall into the ocean, as they say. Even though I had already explained to him that tectonics are like working the other way, but you know, still have this sense of I want you guys to fall off into the ocean. And it seems like a lot of his sympathies come from having spent so much of his life in Kentucky. So I would highly suggest maybe you know how we had talked billboard potentiality at one point, maybe along an interstate in Kentucky.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm
Californians want to see it come. Tired of
also,
all them Democrats messing up our election.
I can put in a word from the left. On the one hand, DSA flat out won't let me talk about California independence in their meetings. So DSA is all wrapped around taking over the Democratic Party. That's just one organization, though. But the good news is what we've heard, that one of the co-founders of the Greens is interested in us. Because, let me tell you, the Greens are very well positioned right now. They've cross-endorsed Peace and Freedom's Howie Hawkins, who's also being cross-endorsed by the Socialist Party. So they're coalescing right now around the Hawkins campaign. And this is the time to point out to that campaign that everything that you're after, where are you most likely to, in fact, achieve it? Are you most likely to, in fact, achieve it in the U.S. or in an independent California republic? Okay, so they'll go through the same thing we'll all go through in this upcoming election cycle, right? And once that happens, whatever happens, it looks like it's going to be pretty bad, we'll still be here. And it's like, okay, we've been there, we've done that. Look what happened. Look what didn't happen. Now are you ready to break off? Now are you ready for the exit? Yeah, there's one organization, like I say, they're wedded to the Democratic Party. They want to be its left wing, which makes perfect sense because that's where they came from. Okay, they were the DSOC. They were the Reds before red meant Republican. I'm a Red from before red meant Republican. But that, like I said, it's a single organization. The others are coalescing. They're going to give it their best shot to have some sort of influence somehow in the U.S. What's going to happen is going to happen. Then we can turn around and make the pitch. Well, you stand a much better chance of advancing the cause in California as an independent country than you ever did in the U.S.
Yeah.
And so this election cycle, just like the events that are unfolding with federal agents grabbing people off the streets, they were grabbing immigrants, now they're grabbing protesters. Who are they going to grab next? They're grabbing them in Portland. Where are they going to grab them next? And so the other side just keeps feeding us talking points. And, you know,
while at the same time making it slightly more dangerous for us to be doing what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why we need to hurry up and,
yeah, exactly,
for lack of a better term,
exactly,
shit or get off the pot.
Right. We don't have a lot of time before they start doing that to us. They'll get around to us.
Yeah.
I'm really fearful about what happens if there is a Biden and Democratic win in November, because I'm hearing a lot of, somebody said earlier that the establishment Democrats are the least supportive, and I think I agree with that. And so what would be the most effective strategy to deal with those kind of people to get them to at least drop their opposition? Does anybody have any ideas on that?
Yeah, tell them, look what happened with Obama and Clinton with California, with respect to California. You know, it's things like whenever we have a wildfire and we don't get the funding we need to be able to fight it, we have to call in help from other states. We have to pay for that, and then our taxes have to go up.
We got help from other countries before we got help. What was the question again?
The question was,
I think I can answer that.
Yeah, the question was, what is the most effective strategy to try to get at least establishment Democrats from dropping their opposition to the idea? I mean, even if we can't get them to be supportive, is there anything that would be effective?
No, because that's impossible. Established Democrats are tied into the National Party, to New York. You take all of their bootlickers to New York, to the East Coast. They're going to do whatever the DNC says they are going to do here in California. And it works its way on down to the county level, down to your city reps. The Orange County Democrats, they've changed leadership since Trump. They've changed leadership 5 times. They're on their 5th version right now, and it's a smorgasbord of what I thought were going to be people that I've stood next to against, you know, Nazis in Huntington Beach, guys that were next to me, are on the Orange County Democrats council, whatever they're called, the board, and he talks the talk, and now he doesn't walk the walk anymore. I don't know what the fuck happens to them when they get in that position, but they are small fish in a big pond, okay? And in California, if you just look at California, we just made the pond small, and now you're bigger fish. So when you break off the United States, we're cutting off that pond. We don't want. Their interests are with the East Coast, and everything that they do, all the legislation that they push down to the county level, it's with the East Coast. It's whatever they say is right. They're going to do it. So they're not representing any of the communities here, never. And I don't know how brainwashed they get to get like mad, like furious at you, and to hurl like Trump-like insults, like you're the one that's crazy. You're on Russia. How much is Russia paying you? Oh, it's George Soros. Oh, it's all those. And you're like, what the hell is wrong with you, lady? I'm sorry. It's mostly 9 times out of 10. It's Karen. It's Karen. Okay.
Yeah.
And
I was gonna say Karen.
and there's nothing you can say to change her mind. And if you say anything, she's going to yell at you. She will yell at you, dude. So there's nothing. They're beholden to the DNC. They've sued us twice. They sued Marcus. They've sued. I mean, dude, they're bastards. Republicans at least will say "fuck you" to your face. Democrats, they will say, "Oh, smile and treat you well," then stab you in the back like a dirty bastard. So established Democrats, you can't. But the run of the mill, like the Bernie people or the the moderate, not establishment Democrats, they're fair game. Moderate Republicans, fair game. Republicans, fair game. Libertarians all day. That should be a no-brainer, really. Either they sign it or they question themselves as they walk away. But Mr. Williams, I don't look. And Hal was there. San Diego, Cal Exit, Comic-Con exhibit. So there's a comic book called Cal Exit. I'm not sure if everybody's just heard of it. And the author, God, I forgot his name. I have his email. We corresponded a little bit. Was there doing an explanation of it. And it was put together by Indivisible. Okay, Indivisible, which we all know who that is, right? Which is the arm of the Democratic Party. So they had this exhibit with Cal Exit, an ACLU person, and some other person I forgot, and discussing what the hell was the topic? I forgot what it was. Something about women's rights, I think. And someone from the CNP, okay, he did go off like 2 minutes into the event. He raises his hand and starts berating the author of Cal Exit, and the guy was just like, "What are you guys talking about? Oh my God!" Which Cal Exit, the comic book, does make the movement look violent, make it look very militant, and it's not supposed to be that way. But he did, yell at the dude, and went back and forth. Then they quieted everything down again, and for 2 hours, this guy had his hand up again, the CNP guy wanting to say something, and Indivisible, even though it says it on their agenda that Q&A will be at the end of the thing, ended it without a Q&A. And at that point, I whipped out my bullhorn and started. This man had a question, and we turned it into pandemonium again, which it ended okay again. I ended up being friends with the Cal Exit comic book guy. He's actually a very nice guy. Wants to know what we're doing every time, just so he can have ideas for his next episode. He's a very cool guy. So, but the fact that Indivisible is like that, this is Indivisible. They'll shut you up. Your First Amendment goes out the window with them. I mean, it's establishment, and as many morphs and as many forms that they come off as. Guess what? Whether it's Indivisible or what's the other one? I forgot. Something for Progress. Dude, they're all beholden to the Democratic Party, National Party, and it's sad, man. It's sad.
Mm-hmm.
That's how Bernie lost California.
Yeah.
That's how he lost again this time. I mean, with
Bernie won California.
Yeah, Bernie won California both times. However, the DNC announced the winner of the whole thing the night before we here in California. Everyone.
Wait, Bernie lost to Hillary in California the first time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Bernie's
Yeah.
lost, technically speaking.
But that's bullshit. That's
Bernie's
bullshit.
won California twice, and it didn't do him any good. So, end of
And
story.
Bernie is a California candidate. I mean,
But tell the
California was the one that started Bernie up, told him to run, financed his stuff. Californians started that. So for him to lose his state on the first one, that was just a slap in the face by the DNC. And if any of you went to the DNC convention in 2017 or 2016, 2017 in Sacramento, it was pandemonium. Pandemonium. The president of the DNC got up on the podium because the Bernie people were pissed and they were fighting against the Hillary people. Everybody shut the fuck up. That's what I forget his name. He's a well-known guy, the president of the Democratic Party of the United States, whatever his name is, Hispanic gentleman. Everybody shut the fuck up. I mean, oh my God, dude. Because
later
hang on,
issue a very public apology for it.
Everybody-
It was at least effective.
Yeah, the folks that are running the DNC Inc., which was adjudicated to be a corporation and not beholden to anybody but itself, they know something.
Why
They know
Jesse
the same
Watson
thing
Schultz
we
got
know.
away with it.
They know that California is like the most powerful locomotive in the U.S. train. And if it's uncoupled, that train's going to be a runaway. They're going to go headlong into crisis. Probably there will be other secessions. We won't be the last in the chain. We'll be the South Carolina.
Not it.
So they know these things, and they're fighting like hell because they want to. They are championing the U.S. imperial project. Okay, that's what they're doing, and they know that it'll run out of money real fast if we leave, both directly from our own treasury and indirectly from other U.S. states that'll do the same thing. We're talking not just Hawaii or the Cascadia states, but New York. New York
will never leave,
and
bro.
it's all over. It's all over.
They'll never leave. They're one of the 13 founders. Look at it. It seems, guys, if we're going to solicit money, if we're going to solicit donors, you need to be very specific and target and research before you approach, because nobody wants to touch us with a 10-foot pole unless we have a very clear benefit for them.
Mm-hmm.
And even marijuana, it's not a benefit anymore. It's already been nationalized. There's already national company. I mean, you got, so whoever you're going to target as far as the big ones, be very careful how you solicit them. Even the other nonprofit orgs, there seems to be, once you get to a certain size, you just turn into this like corrupt ball of garbage. Women's March is one of them. Women's March is the worst. They're a bunch of shysters. And Pride. Sorry, Hannah. Oh, she's not there. But Pride is another one. They're like mobsters, man. So I don't know what happens when you get to that certain size. I don't know what goes through your head. All of a sudden, you're national, right? You're national. So California is small potatoes. Well, I don't know. Anyways, dudes, I gotta go and do my shopping, guys. So sorry for the rant. Hey, reach out to the videos that I posted. You can see me rant on the Bullhorn about the initiative, like out in public, like just saying shit to people, like asking, like somebody was asking some lady, like, how much does she want to get paid to clean toilets in a hotel in downtown LA? Talking about immigration, like, are you gonna do that job? Are you gonna do that job? How much do you want an hour? So check this video out, dude.
Hey, Shankar, real quick before you go, I had something I wanted to tell you.
Yeah.
You're talking about that Cal Exit comic book guy. I actually reached out to him this morning with an idea for a comic book.
Oh, you emailed it? You tweeted to him or what?
Yeah.
What's his name?
Oh, shit, I forget.
Dude, I have his email, bro. He's like such a nice guy, man. I felt bad for like sticking a Ken bomb. That's the guy's name, Ken from CMP. A Ken bomb at his thing, but listen, is your I hope your idea is somewhat violent, graphic, gory, or sex filled. So
Well, actually, okay, so here's what it is real quick. Back in the 1500s in Spanish literature, there was a legendary character named Queen Califia. And that's kind of where California is supposed to get its name from and all this. She was supposed to be a legendary queen of the island of California. Right? So the comic book is this. She comes back, rises out of the sea, or I don't know, however the hell it's supposed to be. But she comes back and she's pissed at America and she's taken California back. So she tries to raise an army, right? But then she's met with the dilemma of modern times. So now she finds that instead of cutting people's heads off left and right, she has to get people to sign petition signatures and shit.
Yeah, dude. Right. You know it's post-apocalyptic, right?
Yeah. It's like modern times, and just it's her trying to navigate this new time period of what California has really become versus what it was back then, and what it could be.
Right. I mean, yeah, dude. Dude, he's a cool guy. If he likes it and he can work it in, he will. But there's like a storyline that goes on, and I haven't been reading it, but it's pretty bad, man. I mean, I don't know why he has to make us look bad, bro. I mean, well, not bad. Like, Star Wars, how the rebels were just like really non-funded, scrapping it. That's how he has us Californians versus Trump, which is pretty much Darth Vader and the Emperor is Trump. And,
so dystopian California.
And we're terrorists.
He was in on some of those meetings that we had back when the CMP and the F were working very closely together, and we had think tanks, and we were working on writing all sorts of legislation or proposals for legislation and such. That guy was in on some of those meetings and was very clear that he was only involved just to try to do some research for his graphic novel, whatever. So maybe what he's working off of is what he experienced last time.
I got a graphic
people
on you.
Only kind of working together, and one group secretly subverting the other behind closed doors. And, so maybe it's high time that we invite them back in and let them see how much progress we've made.
Hey, go ahead. I can barely get what you're barely hear you, but I heard you, bro. Hey, dudes, I'm gonna get going, dudes. Dude, you guys are doing kick ass, man. I gotta say, Joe, you're really stepping up to bat here, buddy.
Thank you.
I just read the email. I just read the threads. I don't comment on it because I just can't. But good job, guys, everybody. All right, I gotta do my shot. Later, man.
Can we be in touch soon about the candidate support thing? Because yesterday was the 17th.
Dude, I can't even get funding. I can't even get funding for the initiative, bro. That's the page I'm on, dude.
Yeah.
That's the page I'm on. That's the page I'm battling. And I don't want to say the inner workings of my org, but I stepped down from a board seat to be ED because that's just how I can control, or the best for the organization would be, and it's just certain other people have rolled back. We have another game we're playing here, dude. So I can't do the candidates thing, man. I can't. Dude, fuck. I don't know. Don't get me thinking. I apologize, bro.
You brought it up to me, so I'm just.
I know, man.
I haven't heard back from you in a while on it. So I was just...
Dude, I want to give you the funding. If I had the money to file, I give you the money for file. I give you everything. I mean, I would do that, dude. But I can't, man. I don't even.
Shankar, you and Hal and I need to get on a video conference before.
Let me put it this way, Jason. The whole candidate thing almost got shot down, bro. Almost got moved and tabled. Fucked up shit.
Shame, because I've got actually quite a fair amount of support here, enough that friends of mine are predicting.
What do you need? What do you need to file?
Friends of mine are predicting that Vice Mayor running for mayor has little to no chance because.
What do you need to file?
The way things have been going. I just need to go up there, get the paperwork, fill it out, and then I believe it's $50 filing fee.
How much?
Like
60?
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't coming to you about the money. I was coming to you about.
Did you ever do the your Facebook page?
Yeah, I've just got it all left blank right now, but everything's ready to just, copy, paste. So,
Shoot me a link to your Facebook page, bro. And I'm getting together with Michael Loebs this week, so CMP will. I'm not gonna say that. CMP, they're actively looking for candidates right now. So they're actively. I lit the fire under their ass, and now they're like, okay, I guess we should get some candidates. So I'm having a meeting with Michael Loebs and to go over my list. And I'm gonna say, dude, this dude's filing, bro. He already paid $60. So, but dude, I gotta get going, man.
And so the thing to remember, Marin County, wealthiest county in North America. San Rafael, where I'm at, where I'm going to be running for mayor of, is the hub city of the wealthiest county in North America. So
I don't think so, man. I heard San Jose was, but whatever. San Jose's not even a county. I don't even know what I'm talking about. All right, guys, I gotta go.
Shankar, before you go, Hal, you and I need to get on a conference call before next IC meeting. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, to get our shit straight, okay, for next meeting. Hal, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. We'll do it either maybe tomorrow or something.
Well, it's Sunday. The meeting's Tuesday, so tomorrow will be good.
Yes, definitely. Okay.
Or later tonight.
All right, guys. Oh, tonight it's whatever you want, you guys.
I'll be back at like 9 o'clock.
Let me know when you need me.
All right. We'll see. That might be a little late, Shankar, but we'll see.
Bye, everybody.
All right.
Quick announcement.
much love. Stay safe.
Next weekend, I think it's on a Saturday, Placito Vera, there's going to be a Justice for Vanessa Guillen rally at Placito Vera. I don't know who else can make it. I intend to, because I intend to build support for our independence movement there, just as I've been building support at BLM things. And this, in part, is organized by BLM chapters. So I'm going to be building support there next weekend at Placito Vera.
Excellent.
Good. Actually, I was going to say, are there any questions for me?
I had a question about, oh wait, no, it's Shankar's thing that's doing the chapters or whatever.
No, that's me.
That is you. Okay, yeah. So I signed up to be the Bay Area guy.
Yes.
At least to get it up and running. I've noticed that, well, one, the moment that I am officially entered into a race for an elected official position, right, I've got to step down as, regional coordinator for the Bay Area and all of that. So with that in mind, I agreed to go ahead and, help get one up and running. My two things are, Marin County is still under shelter-in-place ordinance and locking back down further. it it seems like this is going to continue this way for a while, and I'm wondering what ideas you guys might have as far, or like what are you envisioning as far as how someone might run one of these get
Okay.
together, because like as far as I can tell right now, it's going to be down to Zoom, right?
The answer to the question about being locked down and so forth, yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not going to make it easy. There's an old phrase though that says, if you can't fish, you can cut bait. That's kind of what we're looking at. What I'm going to suggest, and this basically, it's like Shankar touched on it. It's like we have a number of organizations that are having some internal issues, which are making it difficult to do things like launch the CIM site and get these things out sort of out of committee. Who'd have thought in politics there'd be politics?
Yeah.
And for that, I apologize for the delays. But basically what's happened is we've developed a basic handbook which has stuff, stickers. We're doing T-shirts. We're getting everything together. We're doing training videos to help people get their stuff online. What I'd like to ask for leads for these locations is what you need is 2 or 3 good people you trust. If you grow your organization to be a dozen or 20 or 25 or 30, then that's terrific. But what we need for these locals is 2 or 3 good people. Everybody sort of hit on it, because that's kind of what you need for signature gathering or for outreach, to basically set up a booth and talk. You don't need an army of people to put forward an idea, but it helps. Now,
Yeah.
for signature gathering, we're going to need an army of people. That's
Well, there is the initiative to allow the state of California to do online electronic signature gathering for ballot initiatives.
yes.
So
No.
if there's something we can do to get that to pass ASAP so that we can utilize that,
Well,
I don't know.
This is in my conversations with Marcus. Yes, William. Or
Hal, if there's any way that I can help with the website, please be in touch with me and let me know.
I'm going over. I've seen some of the articles that you put forward, sir. You are eloquent in your argument and statements. I'll say that. Having said that, it's like there are certain things that we will have to go over from an editing standpoint.
Sure.
In fact, I have them right here. It's like, believe it or not, as disorganized as it seems, we tend to be as organized as possible. It's sort of like the one I have in front of me, the proposed statement for CIM website on Native American rights. The problem is that the organizations don't universally agree on this. So it's kind of it's like at that point we need to look at some conversations.
Yeah, well, John has been presenting those to the native indigenous groups. And
yes,
so
I know.
I'm waiting to hear from him.
No, John has been putting these things out here, but in other organizations, the conversation goes, we may be in date, and this includes some Native American groups, by the way, especially the have-not groups down here in SoCal, that this proposition may or may not help them. Believe it or not, in the Native American tribes, there's a lot of politics going on there too.
Oh, for sure.
And we may be in danger if when we put out a broad statement that says we're just going to hand them back this land. We may be in danger of making the same mistakes the U.S. government has made all along with the Native American population. So, I mean, there's a go slow element here. The other thing that goes on with it goes, we're going to hand them back land that is probably about 80% useless, a lot of it inaccessible, a fair portion of it blasted out. We as Californians may want to be careful on this, because unless there's something in this proposal that prevents them from selling this land back to the United States.
Wow. Yeah, good
Well,
point.
Or let's say, since these mountains that we're talking about handing them, the Sierras feed into California aquifers. How about the mineral rights? I mean, do we really want them selling off to U.S. concerns for cash profit that may roll in there, frack those lands or strip mine them? I mean, the Sierras are known for mineral rights. Kind of historic if you think about it. You need to be a little cautious. I mean, just a blanket statement that says we're going to hand them back this land.
I see your concern. I also would just.
You need to know some things about the history of this whole thing. One, this grew out of a rejection I got of California independence when I presented it to the indigenous people where I'm at. It says, you're going to end up throwing out all our treaty rights. We have treaty rights with the U.S. Who says we're going to have any with you? So that was the first rejection, which forced us to come up with Return California, right? And then we came up with this map. I look at the map and I said what's been said here. It says it looks very much, if that's going to be a separate country from California, then what we're doing is the same thing that was done by the U.S. We are creating a settler colonial Israel and a indigenous Palestine. That's what we're handing them back the backmost.
Yep.
So we had to rethink that and come up with something else. Thank goodness I have some experience on the Mexican side, because there is a thing there called the Congreso Nacional Indígena, which is these are the people that keep demanding and keep demanding and keep demanding from the Mexican federal government. Okay, they are there, they are steadfast, they are representatives of all of, or most of the indigenous nations in the Mexican Republic. And so I says, that's what we need here to, vouchsafe true plurinational governance here, just like they have in Palm Springs and Agua Caliente reservation. Okay, we need that here. We need a California Indigenous Congress as a fundamental branch of our government.
Well, hold tight, Matt. I'm not doubting the veracity of the argument. There's no doubt on the veracity of the argument. I get where the argument is coming from. What I'm saying is that if we want to put it back, I need to put it back into context for a moment. That's one of the things like that are some of the stuff where making a blanket statement that all the organizations are down with this is an incorrect statement.
It is an incorrect statement.
If some of the organizations are not necessarily down with this, so it may or may not be good to put up on the site.
On the CIM site? Nah.
Right, that would require, then that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
I'm not, it's like, I am not arguing the talking points. Not arguing, I put the other side talking points out there strictly as example.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's like the conversation I was having with Mr. Williams here goes, yes, and I appreciate his, I intend to take advantage of everybody's help, his included. I mean, his articles are quite good. They're very good. I mean, I'm not, this is me shedding no doubt whatsoever on this. It is a simpler matter of we may need to look at, this may be better served on YesCal's site or or being put forward on the actual sites rather than CIM site, which to my way of thinking is like a kiosk.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. But there's a lot of individuals and organizations who aren't on board with this in the California independence movement. You're absolutely correct on that.
It's going to,
and of course, the lead organization, Return California, isn't even in those listed in the movement. Okay, it's its own independent thing. You brought up a very valid point about, well, if this land is returned, couldn't they just turn around and sell it back to the U.S. or anybody? You know,
with mining and oil concerns,
right? Well, this again, thank goodness I have some experience on the Mexican side, because this is exactly what snowballed thing in 1994.
I have no intention of trying to solve that here, and I'll leave it to you in greater minds than mine. I'm trying to focus. Personally, I'm trying to focus on, or if I'm going to get this stuff done, it's like, as Marcus, I've got a fair amount on my plate here, and I'm going to put it out there that I will appreciate the help. It is a matter of it was just brought up. It was just brought up in passing as a discussion point, as an example of discussion point. CIM site. If you want an update on the CIM site, I'm in the process of, it's like this thing behind me here, and these T-shirts we're wearing. Well, these sort of sprung off the computer that I'm talking through right now. So I'm in the process of bringing along some graphics and some articles, and trying to get everybody to. It's like I either have people who are just dying to put stuff up, which are, I appreciate, or people I'm trying to pull it out like I'm pulling teeth. I need to make it work. We need the balance, and I'm having some trouble getting that. I'm having some trouble getting that level of support. The other thing is, like I said, it's like nobody likes Mr. Ponytail Dude. It's like some of the graphics and so forth on there don't speak well to what amounts to an activist cloud organization. You know what I'm saying? So we want to adjust some of the graphics. We want this to be a kiosk where people who are interested in California independence go here first, and it will lovingly direct them to where they want to find what they want to find. As a professional introduction. It's like, so we're going to need to, it's like I said, it's like I need to be able to assemble a team. And Mr. Williams, I would gladly solicit your help on this to frame what will be proper to have on this site, if that makes sense.
Absolutely.
I mean, if it's going to act as a kiosk, rather than a depository, it's a kiosk. It's like it's the first place you're going to walk into to direct you to where you want to go. It should have some things of interest on there, and it's like, did you know stuff, and frequently asked questions. 5 of the latest articles discussing what's in favor of California as an independent nation, or what's going on that's making it more and more difficult to spend one day further as part of the U.S. empire, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But if we have it, if we go too deeply into the minutia, then it's like, I have to say, it's like, CNP, CFC, Yes Cal, California Liberation, et cetera, et cetera. No, if it's all right there in front of their face, then they have no reason to go talk to those kind folk over there. If you know what I'm saying. It's like, if you're going to go to virtual Disneyland, why go to Disneyland?
Well, the perspective that I have as a new person that's just coming in, some of the stuff is kind of confusing, and it's like, do I look here? Do I look there? I mean, you got some things on one side and some similar things, but a little bit different on another side, and it just seems a little non-coordinated, but
Oh, yeah.
I know that the nature of a voluntary organization. But if, and you know, I'm sure you will be using the maximum of your diplomatic skills to try to get these, whoever's in charge of all these different websites to kind of coordinate so that if somebody wants to look here, then they go to this website. If somebody wants to look here, they go to that website. But you don't have these kind of competing narratives.
I'm herding cats and chickens at the same time, brother.
No.
I'm herding when it comes to this stuff, I'm herding cats and chickens at the same time.
Right. But you know, we're under a time deadline and we got to get this stuff going for when that initiative comes out because we're going to be inundated.
Oh, I know. No, I know. Oh, I believe me, I know. Ouch, I know. When Marcus said, "Yeah, we'll get another initiative ready because you know we're going to launch it, so it'll be ready by November," and my first response was, "Are you nuts?" I mean, I get the media bonanza in the timeline, but it's like right now we're just getting the movement to start to coalesce. We're just getting the thing to start to coalesce, and it's like, oh man, you want to go in this fight? Ow! Help! No, what? No! It's like I get it. That's where the fight. This is where the fight is. But we're going in here. We're not. Yeah. We weren't ready. Right? It's like it took. The history of this thing is ridiculous. It took 3 years to break it into all the little pieces that it's in. It's taken us a year to start to glue those pieces back together into a cohesive unit with everybody defining their patch. Honestly, it's like under normal circumstances, if it took 3 years to break it, I look at it and go, it's going to take 3 years to put it back together. We have weeks.
Yeah.
We have weeks, and I've told Marcus and I tell everybody, it's like, as soon as I'm done with organizing this stuff and getting it ready and done, please vote me out. You know, send me down to the miners and let me, you know, sit under a tree with a drink.
Well,
you know, because
yeah, that's necessary when you have activists, because otherwise you just get permanent burnout. So that's absolutely true.
I have no desire to political office. I don't want to be a rock star. Shankar and Marcus are perfectly welcome to that. It's like they're perfectly right. I mean, I interviewed with one of these right-wing blogger types who's got like 100,000 net people on his thing. He interviewed me about CalISA for 30 minutes, and we walked away and shook hands and what have you. And it turns out that I'm very proud of the fact he was able to use absolutely nothing he got from me. He couldn't use anything we talked about. He talked to Marcus and he goes, that guy was frustrating. Yeah, I'm dull. It's like I didn't give him any talking, 30 minutes later he didn't have any talking points. So yeah, it's like he went over, talked to Marcus, talked to Shankar, Shankar immediately told him to fuck himself, and Marcus, Marcus started talking about, Democrats and what have you, and yeah, it's like, they are better suited to be stars than I am. What I'm working on right now is I'm working on the website, I'm working on getting Marcus money, and I'm working on, getting IC's website up so that we have a place to go to organize for this initiative. It's like I've told my own people, it's like I've got stickers here. I got 1,000 stickers. I got 200 of these stickers. I've got big banners. We've got T-shirts. We've got all this stuff. It all says to go to a website that, technically speaking, isn't functional. That's not going into the fight, with both hands available for, same kind of thing with the IC site. It's like, you know, it's hard to get the CIM site up and running properly and get everything pulled together when, you know, oh, well, now we're doing an initiative. You got to organize for that too. Oh, okay. Yes. I will do everything in my power to get it done.
Thank you.
I'll do everything in my power to get it done.
Thank you for your great work.
I don't know if it's great work. It's just that I have trouble sleeping if I don't get it done. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Committed activism.
I'm an engineer by trade. I organize stuff. That's what I do. You know, I get things organized and make them work. That's an engineer. I'm not a politician, and I'm not a media star. It's like nobody wants to see this mug on TV. So that's, like I said, that's right now. I'm assembling the pieces. We're gonna shank as soon as we get past this the initial part of this initiative organization and get Marcus so he's not living out of his car. The next step on that is to start organizing these conferences around how we're going to proceed, and they're going to come out, and I've got lists ready to start releasing. This is what you need initially. This is what I want you to do. Find yourself 2, maybe 3 people to work with you, like-minded individuals, family and friends. Get somebody to have your back. This is politics. You know, this is politics. It's like it ain't pleasant to be out there looking over your shoulder. Find someone to have your back. Go work your booth, you know, so you can go work a booth or sit at a table or stand in front of a store with a clipboard. So you have someone to talk to who's not trying to, you know, ding you on your talking points. And once you get a couple of people on board, it's like you think about it. If we have 10 chapters, Marcus says 3,000 people. 3,000 people is great. What I need is 30 to 50 people nationwide, you know, or California wide, so that they can organize the organization.
I'd just like to say, I think you had it right the first time, nationwide.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
California nation, right?
Nation state,
I'd always like, you know, giving that one some extra kudos. That's all. Yeah.
Well, that's it. If I can get 50 hardcore activists, 50 hardcore people ready to act as activists up and down California, you wouldn't believe the amount of damage we did with like 5 people. You know, Matt here included. Like 5 people, the amount of damage we've done to various. When it comes to getting the California independence movement out there, beyond the theoretical phase. I mean, you know, it's like Danny's funny as hell. I love Danny. Because Danny will argue with a rock. He will. He'll argue against a stone tablet. I saw Danny basically do this. It's like he walks up to a guy, he starts arguing with him, and we're at a Second Amendment rally. We're at that Second Amendment rally. It's like Danny's arguing with the guy, and the guy's like, you know, he's just angry as hell. You know, he's got that face going. And he's arguing with Danny, and it's like at some point in time in the conversation, he like opens his coat to show that he's got a gun on him. Danny looks down at the gun, looks back at him, and says, "What does that have to do with anything?" It just goes on arguing. You give me 50 people like that. You give me 50 people like that, and they ain't got a chance. They ain't got a chance. Earlier we were talking about what do we do with it after California independence? How do we keep these Democrats, Republicans, whoever the fuck in line? I got a simple answer for you. It's a very Hal answer. because I'm not smooth. I'm not smooth like these other cats. My Simple Simon goes, bitch, we tore down America. You think you got a chance to play us? You go right ahead, sunshine. You think about it, it's like we tore California out of America's, clutches. You think some local politician's going to want to take us on with that kind of ability to organize?
Achieve something that people have been trying at for 170 plus years.
Boom, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. What are you going to do? What are you going to say? It's like we tore California out of America. We can tear you out of your chair.
Okay, but what's more likely going to happen is that once we are actually successful, these establishment types will jump onto the ship just because they want to be in the place of power.
Oh,
and I think that's the danger also.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Get used to the idea, because these guys, it's like these guys, and it's not a very long list. Not a very long list. I mean, at the top of the list are guys like Anthony Rendon.
Oh.
It's like you don't have to love him, hate him, whatever. I don't care. But you know that the guy's got enough political machinery in place that even after independence, unless we take him out and shoot him, and that's not really a California value. Unless we took the guy out, in the parking lot and just aired him out, he's going to have within 6 weeks he's going to have the political machinery in place. He's going to be a power player in the new independent California. Tell me I'm wrong.
Unless he does something to shoot himself in the foot with independent California. Like if he was to be like totally anti-independent California, and then California gets its independence, he could theoretically have cost himself.
My friend, it's like my read, and this is just me. You can take it however you want. But the way I look at it, it's like there's a reason the establishment Democrats don't want to talk about California independence. And the reason is money. I mean, I kept sitting there going, it's money. It's fucking money. The path right now goes, you start off as maybe a mayor, and then you get elected into the California State House, and then you maybe get elected into California Senate. You do a stretch as Attorney General, and then pop, you're off to Washington, where the big money starts. Because now you're not 2,500 miles from Wall Street. Now you're 100 miles from Wall Street. That's where the big money. That's where the money's going to be. That's where the money gets. That's where the money's going to get stuffed in your pocket. Where people are going to cut you $1 million checks. You're not going to get $1 million check if you're the state rep from fucking Fresno. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, that's totally accurate.
That's like, right. I mean, and it's everybody from Kamala Harris to Kevin De Leon, who was a good guy. Kevin De Leon was a good guy from East LA, cared about his people. Right until the time he decided he thought he could probably kick Dianne Feinstein out of her chair. Now he's on.
Although I do got to say, having met Pelosi and Feinstein both at my local soup kitchen, having helped to close up and clean up the soup kitchen, and then witness these elected officials come in and help to set up a whole pre-made thing and take a perfect scoop and put it in her hand and step away so that they can take a photo and say that she's serving the homeless and the needy. I gotta say, I am not a fan.
Yeah, the only good news in that is she didn't throw in tear gas before to get the homeless people out before.
Only good news.
No, that's one of the reasons why I generally tell people it's like we can't have a lot of faith in the politicians and the political structure. But the truth is, it's like you got Gavin Newsom. If Gavin Newsom's choice is to basically go home or be president of California,
He'll be president.
what's it going to take? What else is it going to take? I mean,
Yeah.
and the establishment Democrats within California will fight us tooth and claw until it becomes in their best interest not to, and then they're going to take it away from us. Then they're going to take it away from us. It's like, mark my words. It's like, what's the date? What's the time? Quote me later. Until it's like this is what's going to happen. It's like because it's like Governor Newsom's already floated. It's like nation state, fifth largest. Some of the guys he's taking talking points off my fucking cartoons, dude. I mean, I don't even quote those cartoons, okay? But he's taking talking points that could have come right off the cartoons, or right off of any of these organizational briefs. Right out of the archives. The newsletters, whatever. Nation state, fifth largest economy in the world. It's like talking about all the stuff that we or half the stuff we talk about. Marcus is right. That's feeling the waters. Hedging your bets. That's how you hedge your bets. It's like
Speaking of,
America.
no
No matter how you slice it, America today is $26 trillion in debt.
That's right. And
So
those $1 million checks that they're getting, how much are those going to be worth? Those $1 million checks.
Well, the only reason the economy hasn't crashed already is because Steve Mnuchin seems to have a hotline to China to get the next $1 trillion in every 3 to 5 months. I mean, let's get real. But that's neither here nor there. It's like when that gravy train ends, and it's coming, and it's like these guys aren't going to have that kind of money to throw around. Eventually, they're going to tighten the purse strings.
Yeah.
When that happens, then maybe you should look to these California Democrats, these establishment guys too, as well as the Bernie Krats, et cetera, to look at California independence and go, so what were you saying? Because if a high-ranking government position in an independent nation of California is the best game in town,
with our own currency and our own postal service, since Trump is intent.
I keep hearing you guys talk about that currency thing. I'm like, why?
Yeah, and our own postal service, because Trump is intent on getting the U.S. Postal Service and a passport that will actually get you into some countries.
I'll let you guys figure. I'll let everybody else figure that out after. I mean, it's like I can't. It's like I'm hearing a lot of strategic talk. It's like it's like right now. It's like my plate. I got to think tactical. I'm going to say.
Yeah, no, and I'm right there with you, Hal. I agree that, an independent California is going to have to, figure out, like, what to do about passport and money and things. But ultimately, what we're working on is the reestablishment of our nationhood.
Yeah.
Yes.
None of that other stuff actually even exists unless we get this done.
That's true.
And while it is good to kind of think about things like, what would prevent the natives from selling all of the land we give back to them to America? Well, I guess to totally circumvent that whole fear, we could just like mandate from our, freshly independent government that like, hey, all native Californians are fucking Californians too, goddammit.
Right.
Not a different nation, not some other people. They're us and we're them. And we need to work together.
The argument goes that even the indigenous people, we all migrated here at different times.
Yeah.
We all migrate. It's like they may have arrived first, but it's like we are all immigrants. It's one of those. The real problem on that front.
Okay, but Hal, excuse me, Hal, that argument really alienates a lot of Native people, because there's quite a bit of difference between what's gone on in the last 400 years versus 25,000 years ago.
Not even going to argue that. Not even going to argue with you. You're absolutely right. No, but it's one of those things where the real crux of the problem is and remains that they were treated horribly, badly, beyond measure. Genocide. I mean, it's like, I don't have the English words to speak to the despicable nature of it. And in retrospect, we look back on it, it's like, this is stupid. It's like, if you'd rounded up the entire indigenous population of the Americas, the entire population would basically be like the current population of Virginia.
Are you talking before the Europeans came?
Even before the Europeans came. Even before the Europeans came. It's one of those things where it's like, it wasn't a question of us or them. There was never that question. There never should have been that question. But the Europeans at the time, the colonial aspect of the time, there was no other thought to them. There was no other, no road that they could go down. If we're going to live here, they can't. If they're going to live here, we can't. So it's us or them, and they are heathens, and their religion is wrong, and they dress funny, and they gotta go. It was the dumbest fucking thing ever. I mean.
Well, I think to answer your previous question about, how do we gingerly approach this whole issue? Because yes, you're right that we don't want to just say, oh, here's land, so now you can go and negotiate with shale oil to destroy the mountains or something. Yes, but there's a history of this. There are many contracts that have been signed between the federal government and the tribal governments within the last 40 years or so that have worked pretty well comparatively, compared to the previous stuff. And so that
tribal governments are not actually of the nation. They're federal appointees. The tribal government is not Native American government and doesn't represent them. And that's what the majority of Native nations.
Yeah, one of their big grievances of the indigenous people is that a very basic trait of sovereignty is something they do not have. And that is the right to decide who is and is not part of the nation.
Right.
They don't get to decide that. The BIA gets to decide that.
Right.
As far as our narrative being one of relentless, promulgations of genocide, both during the Spanish period and during the U.S. period, that overlooks the Mexican period.
Well,
a crucial omission. Why? Because they don't want people to know that for 10 years we were independent, and that the folks that actually brought that about were the same folks that were fighting to return mission land, from Governor Jose Figueroa onwards. So that is part of our history. They don't want us to remember that for 10 years, we were de facto independent. And the people that brought that about were the same ones that were fighting to return the mission lands.
The logic.
And they usually write it as write it as America fought a war against Mexico, when really it was California that went to war against Mexico and won, got its independence, And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, comes America and gobbles it up.
Hmm.
Well, you forgot they found
Well,
gold.
do you know its history? How long
No,
do you
this is
know
before
its
gold.
history?
Not really.
1836,
Yeah,
1846.
not
If you
40.
don't know that history, you don't know our history.
Anyway,
You don't
no.
know our history.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Oh God, no. Yes.
I sorry to interrupt, but I do want to sort of switch over to the topic of that you always like that recording I made, the ad, if you call it the radio ad for now, right? Is it meant to be a demonstration?
It's very good. It's
Well,
very
thank
good.
you. Well, someone thought I was actually sarcastic, and I'm not being sarcastic. And I'm realizing a lot of you guys, you know, yeah.
I would use the word facetious, not quite sarcasm, more of being a little facetious.
Well, obviously I'm
And I
facetious.
wrote to Chancellor Merkel, head of Germany, and told her how it would be a shame if something like, you know, the United States falling to fascism were to happen. Of course she's going to know, right? I'm in California and I am seeing America falling to fascism. Did I say it like that? No, I was a little facetious.
No, I wouldn't be. Well, I'm not facetious.
Not saying it so bluntly is actually a little better because it gets the people to think for themselves. Oh wow, our great Uncle Sam does have a drinking problem and a gun hoarding problem and refuses to acknowledge it.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. I mean, I think it's great because I don't actually mention Trump, and I don't mention, you know, the Republicans. It's not partisan. It manages to sneak that in there. It sort of leaves it all. He says it's all leaves up to the imagination. People, because I could really see some pretty conservative people saying, yeah. And I guess the thing is that I guess I would let you include that when I'm writing this, I'm working on the presumption that, like I've said remember I said in the last conversation, remind you that it was the 4th of July and everybody celebrated the 4th of July. And there people who didn't, but there certainly weren't demonstrations against them. And I'm just sort of saying that if we get people, to me, it's like fine to get people even who oppose California independence, if they use our initiative as a protest, that's all be fine, because one, we'll get it on the ballot, and then we'll have a vote. And the circumstances that happen when that vote happens are going to be, we have no idea what those are going to be. So that's kind of how I'm taking this, that it's going out to that 90% percentile bunch of people who are going to say, I love America and I don't want to leave, but boy, I'm worried about it.
Well, Hannah, what I thought was so brilliant about it was your use of humor. If you can get people laughing about something, that opens a lot of minds.
Yeah.
And so I think that was great.
But it's not funny. It's not meant to be funny.
Yeah,
it's meant to be metaphorical.
Yeah, but
we love our Uncle Sam.
But it's getting people to think in a way that they haven't thought before.
That's true.
And
that's true.
I think that's a very clever use.
I know why you call it humor, because the essence of humor is surprise.
Right.
You laughed because you were surprised, because you had no idea where this conversation was going, and then it's everybody sort of right.
Those terms before. This is a new way of thinking, and I think that was brilliant. I love it.
Thank you. No, I mean, what if you have how many of you have read Joe Williams's article on July 2? The one that says, "Can California save America?"
Oh yeah. Well, you know, I read the letter that was published in the Desert Sun in response to that. You mean Joe Matthews?
I'm sorry, Joe Matthews. How many of you read that article?
Read it.
I think so. Can California save
I
America?
did, but it was like I gave it a quick speed read, and I honestly did not retain all of it.
Okay. But you get his basic point. And by the way, Joe has been working for several years on the idea of constitutional reform, United States constitutional reform. So this is something that I'm not surprised that he wrote what he wrote on the 2nd of July. Yeah.
did you get the letter that I wrote in response to his column? It was published in the Desert Sun.
Yeah, I read it. Yeah, yeah, sure I did. I'm aware of it.
He
Yeah.
doesn't chance than you did, but you know, all of these things, you can attack them on a bunch of different levels.
I'm not attacking him. If you see my I know it's 6 parts article, but that's what it takes when you try to talk about United States constitutional reform on a real real genuine basis. It's very complicated.
Damn near need to write a whole book.
Yeah, well, 6 parts, 4,000 words was plenty. And
what came of that conversation you had with him?
Yeah, well, it'll come when I'm going to actually send it along. But I'm just saying that, you know, I can see where he's. You know, I was just saying, you know, Joe, I hear you, and this is, you know, this is sort of my forwarding your argument along. I support him and I support his position. I guess I should always, you know, I told Marcus, I said, maybe it's just because I'm a 2nd generation immigrant. And so, I mean, I was actually born in Japan, but let's face it, you know, my mother's Japanese, I'm not. Or I'm Japanese American, she's Japanese. So I feel really like, maybe that's why it is. And I'm like, yeah, it wasn't funny at all to me. It was very serious. It was very sad. It was, anyways, so it goes. But I just want to know what you think. I think that it should be a goal, or we should talk about. I just want to know what you guys think about that idea. I realize you guys have a much more negative view about the states than I do, and I don't know. I was surprised by that response that you guys have got, because I just felt like, you know, I'm gonna say, I mean, I could go on about it. You know, my father served 20 years in the United States Navy. You know, I mean, we had a naval warship model in our kitchen to look at. You know, I got my father's burial flag in the living room right now, folks. I could go on and on about, you know, the USA. And
my uncle was held prisoner of war over in Vietnam for like fucking 12 years, and it took a special operations team to go and rescue him.
See what I mean? We've all got these stories.
Yeah, even still, I'm like, well, thank you for fighting for my right to pursue self-determination, Uncle. And he's a hardcore Republican, and he voted Trump, but he doesn't love Trump. He thinks Trump's a very uneducated fool. But he's diehard Republican and votes Trump, and will continue to vote Trump.
Really, because a lot of people voted for Trump in 2016 are not voting Trump in 2020, and they made that pretty clear. But anyways, nevertheless, I just think that to me is the best chance we have to actually pass this, to get this thing on the ballot, is to tell people, send a message to Washington that nobody's going to miss. California is voting for independence. What do you think?
That's great.
I think in answer to the original question I was asked, I would prefer with the native population a balance of respect, land, and inclusion more than a simple handoff of land. But that just finishes off the question.
Well, that would be the context. That would be the context. You look at, again, historical example. Agua Caliente Reservation owns half of Palm Springs, and they're not going to turn loose of it for anybody.
Oh, I was going to pitch in the Native American issue because I was an assistant tribal attorney, you know, and I know a lot about Native American government. But I still want to get back to my initial point. You know, what I was saying, what do you guys, are you offended by that kind of an argument? Do you consider it too cynical?
Which argument? Which point?
The idea of appealing to people who love the United States to use this initiative as a protest against it, against the way things are going, and a demand for change.
Any way we can get votes, I'm all for it. You have to attack something multiple ways. You appeal to different people, different.
That's right. Multiple constituents.
The political term is tell them anything but lies.
Mhm.
And I get it. I'll be honest with you, it does kind of have one problem because on the one hand, we're like wanting to say the United States can't be saved. On the other hand, we're saying well, the United States can be saved, but it's going to take a dramatic change. I mean, did you read what I called for? I called for turning the United States Senate into an advisory body so it no longer passes laws at all.
Like Lords.
Like the House of Lords.
Yeah.
And then reducing the impeachment level so that the House can override an impeachment on a majority vote. So in other words, the House will be able to pass any law they want, and it's a majority country. That's a major change, and the only way you're going to get that, obviously, through something like California's going to leave this country, and New York and Massachusetts and Illinois are going too.
They'll control most of the money.
I mean, I think there needs to be a lot more attention to reducing the power of the imperial presidency. But I think when you add up all of these things, all the corruption, all the vote buying from the big corporations, all of this kind of stuff, when you look at the total picture, it's just impossible to make all those changes. And I think that's just a basic reality. Now,
who says impossible? The United States Constitution was passed over the Articles of Confederation. I don't think anything's impossible. As a lawyer, I don't see that as impossible. I see that as obviously going to require a lot of political capital. But basically, and I mean this figuratively now, but if you literally put a gun to the head of the other states, then they'll buckle.
I don't see it. I mean, sorry, but I don't see it. It's one of those things where the only way that the U.S. government is going to change the way it's doing business is if it collapses. If it collapses in on itself, it literally falls apart. Because basically, it's like the people who are running are making huge sums of money. They have no interest in changing anything. I mean, they will ride this into the ground, picking its pockets while it's going down in flames, because they're gonna walk away clean. This isn't gonna. I mean, it's like impossible. Well, we can talk about constitutions and so forth, but you know, if the founding fathers at Wall Street stuffing their pockets with gold, King George would still be in charge.
But you still agree that it's a good strategy to use. That we can. You're willing to look someone in the face and say, "Yep, sign here," because you love America, and this is a way to send a message to Washington.
Anything short of lying. Yes, I agree. Anything short of lying. This is a talking point that can work in some places. For me personally, it's like I look at America and I'm like, you know, you crawl out of the swamp and you take a shower. You don't ask, well, how much swamp water do I want in my shower?
Yep.
To quote Shakespeare, you know, the Dauphin and Henry V, or paraphrase, I am nothing if not at odds with America.
Yeah.
I mean, I see nothing redeemable. Nothing. What? Global empires, their environmental record, their economic exploitation. What? It's like there's some nostalgia. It's like the only thing redeemable in America, you know, is the shit you would buy at Party Central. Flags and pictures of eagles and red, white, and blue streamers.
Well, let me ask another question. If the United States of American government represented its people, would you want to be part of that America?
But it doesn't.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you is, what do you think of the American people? All 300 million of them. Are they not basically good people?
No, they're not.
The United States of America actually represented the majority of what its people are saying. California would have 10% of the weight on all of that.
That's right. That's my point.
At every freaking turn, so no, they don't. They don't represent the people.
Well, I said if. I said if. Remember my proposal, Jason, is that.
I know. If they did, then I don't think we would have to pursue independence because they would fall in line with California values.
Yeah.
Right.
There's an old Russian saying about all the speculation we're doing. It goes like this: if Grandma had a beard, she'd be Grandpa.
Right.
Okay.
No, but I disagree. I guess
the other thing
I guess I
is
disagree.
that, of course, and that's separate constituencies we're all addressing, which maximizes our chances to actually win this thing. But God.
Because you know what I mean? The average Californian has certainly got a certain amount of conceit about California, but they still identify as a Yank, and they still got family in Tennessee and Pennsylvania and Massachusetts and New York and Brooklyn, New York, probably, right? Whatever, and Washington DC and Washington State, in Seattle, and you know they're it's a little, you know. Yeah, it is. I'm perfectly aware that ad is basically built on a whole pile of California conceit, but I mean, it also is, you know, trying to motivate people on the basis of, you love America, don't you? And in fact, of course, I mean, I point out it flips the whole narrative, because it's saying that this idea, you don't love America? Oh, I love America. I love America so much, I'm going to tell America where they can get off.
If I may advise, I would, flipping the narrative makes sense, but the address to it might be, you know, the Cal Exit movement, even if you still love America, even if you still love America, even if you still hold out hope for America, and that's kind of it's a clause, but it's kind of an important one, because let's face it, the piece of paper they're actually signing has nothing to do with saving America. I mean, in fact, actually, I mean, not just between you, me, everybody here, and probably the FBI. Yeah, somebody. This is going to cut America's throat. I mean, in no small degree. I mean, just for Bubba to get his TV and his underwear from this point, you know, once California's an independent country, he's going to have to pay us. He's going to have to hand us money, because he's going to have to pay our tariffs and what have you. Access for America's oil companies to our continental shelf ain't gonna happen.
Not gonna happen.
Nope. Sorry. We just took those oil reserves off your line. And it's gonna, and after multiple experiences and watching what you did in the Gulf, yeah, we're not gonna lease it out to you, because damn, dude.
Right.
Really. Right across the board, you know, Jason was mentioning produce, food, the food on your table. A lot of the food on America's table comes from California. We will gladly supply that at prices we set.
Exactly.
Tell me I'm wrong. So it's one of those things where, I'm sorry, to finish, it's like, there's no two ways about it. It's like, for California leaving America, it is in all aspects a better deal for California than it is for the United States. But it's a very justifiable and correct thing to do.
May I interject?
The floor is yours, sir.
Okay. In addition to all of this, Hannah, I think it's really important to recognize there's a lot of hatred of California in the heartland. And, you know, like our celebration of diversity, our, you know, pro-immigration, all these kinds of things are highly opposed in the conservative heartland. I grew up in the South. I knew that stuff. I considered when I came to California that I was a refugee escaping the heartland. And when I was in the 1970s, when I was a gay activist in Cincinnati, Ohio, and I had gunshots through my windows. I had all sorts of death threats against me. When I came to California, I felt like I was escaping what might have been an assassination.
Mm-hmm.
And so I consider California to have helped save my life. Okay, so, you know, we can't discount that kind of feeling. And I think that's what you can build on by the approach that you're taking. And because a lot of that heartland type, they really don't like California.
There are some
I'd like
strong
to point
historical echoes in this chamber that you can cut it with a knife. The argument that, you know, an independent California could help the U.S. has been heard before when there were those who felt that an independent U.S. could help the U.K. get out of its morass. Well, the empire took a different direction, but it was still an empire. And guess what? The U.S. immediately began, from the Treaty of Paris onward, that recognized our independence, to take on imperial characteristics.
Matthew, you're missing my.
Ink has been spilled.
Yes, Matthew.
On the death of the Roman Empire, but we all know what killed the Roman Empire, the Roman Republic. It was the Roman Empire.
Matthew, do you disconnect?
We imagine this republic we imagine the U.S. to be has long died at the hands of the empire.
Matthew, you disconnected from my point, though. I wasn't talking about that independent California would be able to help the United States. I was saying that the independent California movement would be able to help the United States. And also think about what, I hope you're thinking very hard about what Gwyneth Paltrow said on The Politician, right? She mentioned New York, Massachusetts. I'd mentioned Illinois. I'd mentioned Washington State, Oregon. You know, there's a lot of states out there that, well, it gets back to the point is, I like the idea that if we focus on democracy and the fact we point out to people that America is not a democracy, and yet it's one, I mean, that puts you in a whole nother, you know, zone or whatever. And it's much harder to argue. That's what I know, because everyone loves democracy.
Right.
Even in North Korea, they say they love democracy.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yep. Everybody says that they love democracy, and then we can use what's going on in the U.S. as a kind of foil, as a kind of counterexample of the democracy we see. Okay, we use it as a counterexample. They say that they're a democracy too. Oh, really? And on you go.
Well, I'm just saying why we demand, using this movement to demand democracy, or telling people we are demand democracy, and what democracy means. Democracy means that, you know, for starters, that the Congress would be able to pass their own laws without any interference, and that it would be represented by, it would represent the people, and all the other bodies would be sort of set to the side. Radical change, but what I'm trying to say is I don't feel like most Americans, most people who are in the chattering class, even most of the pundits, have really cottoned on to the lack of democracy. I was reading last night the book by John Dingell. You remember him? He passed away last year. He was a United States congressman from Michigan. Well, he calls for the abolition of the U.S. Senate in his autobiography. His last parting shot to the world was to say, among other things, he said he called for the abolition of the U.S. Senate. Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, back in '95, going all the way back then, said something has to be done about the U.S. Senate. It's on the other hand, Ezra Klein from Vox on YouTube, he said America has a democracy problem. So the chattering classes, the pundit classes, are in fact recognizing that there is a big problem in the United States, and it really comes down to the fact that ultimately, where you live, what state you live in, has more. It dramatically changes how much impact you have on the laws that are passed, and that has to change, or the United States is going to collapse.
Well, the history of empires is that when they continue to expand and expand and expand. And then they start devoting more and more of their resources toward this military establishment to protect this expansion. And then ultimately it becomes too top heavy for the economy to support, and then it collapses. And when it collapses very quickly. And
Yeah.
so I think that's what we're seeing.
But I put it to you that the United Kingdom had an empire. United Kingdom does not have an empire today. And in the process, it became a democratic country. And in fact, it became a democratic country. You can put a date on it, 1911. And when it actually had an empire, it actually became a democracy before it became a commonwealth.
I don't
So
know if the parliament really functions as a true democracy, though. I mean, I
It's-
understand it's the semblance of democracy. It's the democratic shell, but
well, it's got two things.
it's
One, you've
about as democratic as the fascists were socialists in Nazi Germany.
no, it's
Claimed
it's
that they were
democratic.
National socialists, and really they were fascists.
No, the House of Commons is democratic and
Parliament is
yeah.
Well,
Jason,
exactly. The House of Commons and the House of Lords.
yes, I know. And if you read my paper, you'll
A lot
see.
of weight and
Yes, and I'm
Lords have
telling
very
you, if
little.
you read my paper, I explain to you what the Lords is, and the answer is the Lords is an advisory body. House of Commons can pass any law they like. The Queen signs it. That's how it works, Jason. You probably don't know that because you haven't, I said in the video, I said, most people don't know how the British system works. They think it's like America, and it's not. Furthermore, by the way, they have an independent system that divides up their country to have equal, there are 650 constituencies in the House of Commons, and it's done independently, not like our system, which is so politically driven. But nevertheless, the facts are that there are multiple parties in the House of Commons. If you didn't know that, Conservatives, Labour, Liberals, Scottish National, Plaid Cymru, which is Welsh National, and then there is and UKIP. They got one seat. The Greens, I think, have a seat and have a couple of seats. And then also there's two Irish parties, Democratic Unionist Protestants, or Democratic Unionists, and Sinn Féin.
Okay.
So
Is
just
there
saying
anything
Tories.
like that here? I don't think so.
What?
I don't think there's a potential for that sort of thing here. And I'm not even sure if it is that great a change. So I think,
See how
we need to just look at it from the perspective that America has become an empire, and like other empires, it's unstable, and eventually it's going to collapse, and it's showing all the signs.
And has been for years.
Yes, but I will put it to you that it's the government that is responsible for the empire. In other words, it is, because you and I know that in the states that are the reddest states that have the smallest populations is when you get the most people who want to have interventions. We're just going to bomb them away. We're just going to drop bombs on somebody. That's what people, Fox News, I mean, that is the government that's responsible for the government structure. I would put it to you is what's responsible for that empire. It's a lack of democracy that's what really responsible. Because we saw in 91 was a great example of that. A lot of people in this country were very, very cautious about getting involved in, especially 2003. But, a lot of people were certainly very cautious about getting involved with the Kuwait War and also the one with Iraq in 2003.
Yes, but
But somehow it got ignored because America's not a democracy. U.S. senators, I mean, put it to you, look, guys, United States Senate can block any law. United States Senate can ratify any treaty. The House of Representatives has absolutely no voice in deciding what treaties are passed. The House, federal judges are entirely confirmed by the United States Senate. The House of Representatives plays no role. What I'm proposing is completely sweeping all that away and giving all that power in the Senate over to the House of Representatives.
And how do you think that's going to be accomplished?
Because of California independence, because it becomes clear to people that it's going to either our way or the highway.
But a lot of those people wouldn't care if California left. they might celebrate it. They might like it. It gives them
And
more political
historically speaking, the United States of America, every time California has done something like, hey, we hold these values and we vote this way, and so that means that this vote is now in favor on our side. Our values. Yay. And then America's response becomes, okay, how do we subvert California even more? That is what they do every single time. So I understand what you're saying of, can we, use this for that means? And yeah, probably you could probably find some people who are like, well, yeah, maybe we can use this as our bargaining chip with the US. Ultimately, realistically, historically speaking, they have shown us more than enough trend for us to be able to safely assume that, like, 99% certainty, they are going to screw California hardcore as hard as they possibly can once this thing starts to go through. If they can, they are going to try.
Well, let me read to you, Jason. This is because you didn't read the article I wrote. So let me read to you the last paragraph of it, okay? And it's under the heading called Vete Yankee, which if your Spanish isn't that, yeah, if your Spanish isn't that good, it means go away, Yankee. Statehood, what once we cherished, now feels like captivity. Over the past several years and decades, we Californians have tried to persuade our fellow Americans to fight for democracy and justice. We were rebuffed and insulted. We have tried to strike the mystic chord of American patriotism. We are called deviant, subversive, and even socialists. In justice, we can read the Psalms and smile wryly. O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us. Psalms 137, verse 8. This warning in mind, let us act to rescue democracy as I propose. Let us act not as citizens of a state, be its population large or small, but as citizens of the United States filled with love for democracy and justice. For only then can we save both and make the United States fit to meet the challenges of this most challenging century. Quote, we say we are for the Union. The world will not forget that we say this. We know how to save the Union. The world knows we do know how to save it. We shall nobly save or meanly lose the last best hope of earth. Other means may succeed. This cannot fail. The way is plain, peaceful, generous, and just. A way which, if followed, the world will forever applaud and God must forever bless. Abraham Lincoln, 1862.
Yeah, I would say indigenous people would not have that great a image of the United States as the greatest hope on earth.
Well, I will report it to you. If you've been to a powwow, you'll see a hell of a lot of American flags flying.
Yes.
I've seen the honor guard, the Eagle staff.
Yes, that's certainly true.
I've seen that too.
Yes, that's certainly true.
For the same reasons why we don't see so many DACA kids anymore out and about in the streets protesting for their rights. Oh no, I love America. Don't deport me. Don't treat me like I'm a criminal. Hey, America's cool. Yay, America #1. Don't shoot.
But DACA and Dreamers is a whole nother subject. I mean, I actually have joined a whole bunch of DACA groups on Facebook and stuff to track them out a little bit and try to find some way to, wedge in there. I know that when I will let you know when I see somebody mentioning our ballot initiative. But so far, that's just not where their minds are going right now. Obviously, they're thinking much more about the court decision.
DACA recipients. There's a couple thousand DACA recipients in the town I am physically in right now, here in Marin County. In San Rafael, it is highly segregated. There is a community in San Rafael that they call the Canal, and you talk to any of the white folks here, you ask them, do you want to go live in the Canal? Would you go live in the canal? Would you rent one of those places in the canal? No. Every time the answer is no. Why? Because it's not a good place. They don't take care of it. And it's where all the brown people live. And the legislation here allows for, renters to say, not have to provide some legitimate reason why I'm not renting it to you, Mr. Brown person. I just only happen to rent to white people, but that has nothing to do with it. You might go try in the canal where you'll have better luck. So
Well,
these
Sam,
folks out here, they do not trust the system, and
Right.
that is very understandable. That's justifiable, 100%.
Mhm.
They do not trust the people running the system, or even the people who want to take hold of the system, whether they want to change it for the better or not. They don't trust anyone on anything, for much the same reason why the native folks of North America really, really, really are like, hey, if you do something that's great for us, great. Until you actually do it, we're just going to be over here because, we're not going to get behind you and support you doing this crazy thing that could potentially bring down more genocide on us.
Oh yeah, but I do live in San Diego County, and I put it to you that I think things are quite a bit different here. Certainly, I go to school I'm officially a student at Miracosta College, and I know there are there are DACA recipients, undocumented, people who don't even have a claim to be living in the States, who are going to school in college here. And our community college is set up, in fact, to do exactly that. You don't have to, whatever. And I just think that it's a little bit more mellow, basically here, in of course Oceanside, which people around here, they jokingly call us the slum, because of course the income level is triple if you go 10, 15 miles to the south of us or to the north of us. So yeah, we are the slum. But anyways, the point is that yeah, there is a lot of we're diverse. We're very diverse. We're not at 38% Hispanic. We're probably in the 20s. Anyways, I think things are different. I know DACA people. You know what I mean. I think things are are quite a bit different than they are when you get further away from Mexico. And of course, I know I have friends who are binational. You know what I mean? I have a good friend in theater who she actually lives in Baja California, and somehow keeps a job in the United States. So anyways, I'm just saying I'm looking for DACA. When I see someone pointing it out, I think it'll come along. And I've also known, as far as immigrants go, I've always known that immigrants will always be a problem with our little movement, because you work so hard to get in the United States. So now why would you want to leave the United States? And I know that's going to be mentally very difficult for people to absorb. I totally get that. But yeah, I'll let you know when I see something, when someone picks up on it. What can I say?
When I would say don't hold your breath waiting, because I highly doubt that anyone in that precarious of a position is going to be that willing to get very vocal or be seen in support. Maybe they support it deep in their heart, and maybe they'll vote for it when the vote comes up if they can vote, but don't expect them to be out there waving a California flag saying Viva Gran California.
Well, actually, that's right. DACA people won't actually be able to sign this petition.
Right.
We should remember that. It's only second generation Latinos who would be able to sign this petition.
Yeah, that's true. Some observations from San Bernardino. Number one is that our BLM organization here in San Bernardino is actually led by Raza. They got kind of rebuffed by IEBLM, which is based in Riverside. There are differences between us. Okay. And those really showed because the folks, just like with that DSA chapter down there, the folks in Riverside don't really want to hear from people in San Bernardino. And the people in San Bernardino know it. Now, as far as the dynamics of other BLM chapters, the BLM chapter in Norco is based in Norco. They were the ones that, faced off against the KKK there. They didn't really tell us that the KKK was that strong, but we came there and we found this out. They're used to it, but they didn't know that the KKK would do the same thing they did and reach out to their buds and show up in force, which they did. But no, there was some BLM in Ukiah. They did a demo and they got their asses handed to them on a plate by locals who, being racist, thought they were all looters, right? Well, what they did was they got together with BLM San Bernardino, and this time we didn't tell them where we were going. This time we just went there. We rallied at a Dead Mall's parking lot in San Bernardino, and then drove right out Redlands Boulevard, through Redlands to where it ends, got on the freeway, and the very next stop is Ukiah, and then we go in and we just drive in and out. Okay, so instead of presenting a fixed target like they did in Norco and Ukiah before, they didn't know we were coming. They didn't know where we would be. We just conquered space very, very well. So they're getting set to do it again, by the way, August 1st. And they're going to do the, initial rally in the staters in Ukiah. I don't know how it's going to go. I felt a lot safer doing the initial thing in San Bernardino. Plus, you pick people up as the columna, the caravana heads into Ukiah. And yeah, there were a few haters. So what? 2-3 kids, big deal. Wasn't like we were faced with what they faced before in Ukiah. Wasn't like the wall of hate that one saw in Huntington Beach, or the much worse one in Norco, and it was as bad as it gets. There's video of that. It was pretty horrifying. But we're learning, and the thing I want to point out again is that BLM San Bernardino was actually started by Raza, who couldn't get a word edgewise in Riverside. And it's expanding, it's growing, and all that sort of thing. So we do tend to see things rather differently. The folks in San Bernardino have a very good reason to be humble, because we ain't got nothing. Okay, we understand why people at Angelinos, for example, or even Riversiders kind of look down on us, because we are the hood. We are the ghetto, straight up. So anything other than humility wouldn't make any sense from our standpoint. It wouldn't. Yes, we know that we're the poor people on the totem pole, and you know what? We start from there and we move forward because we ain't got no other place to go, literally.
Well, Matt, with all the things that people have said about the insecurity of the Latino population in the state, what do you think, from your experience with the community, would be the way that support for an independent California could be most effectively accomplished, at least among those Latinx people who do have the vote?
Yes. Well, again, thank you for that distinction, because it is among the U.S. citizens that you'll have the easiest time.
Right.
Obviously, you will have, but amongst the Mexican citizens, they are pretty supportive of the present governing party in the Mexican Republic, but they are increasingly critical that, as we've heard people talk in other contexts, they take on more of the characteristics of that which they were fighting. That's not a good thing. Okay.
You mean in Mexico?
Yeah. Ask any person trying to cross from Guatemala, for example. Ask the Maya on the Mexican side, who the so-called trained Maya, they had nothing to do with it. And this government held a consultation, a poll, And it was so crookedy that it got thrown out by a Mexican judge as being corrupt. This from a party and a president who campaigned against corruption. Okay, so again, as far as Mexican citizens, there's another distinction. There are distinctions which have to be drawn there. Are they indigenous or not? And the other thing is, are they citizens of Baja California or not? Because let me tell you, they've been around as an independence movement longer than we have. They've fought many corrupt federal governments, and a lot of them supported the party and the government that's now in power, very hopeful, and now they're beginning to see that dwindle, as some of them predicted they would. And we brag about having a third of Californians on board and another third unopposed, so there's only a third opposed, right? And we're making progress. They have a majority. You did hear me say that, right? They have a majority of citizens of Baja California who actually are pro-independence. Not only that, they took a couple polls, asking mainland Mexicans, if Baja did declare us independence, would you respect that decision? You might not like it, but would you respect it? And they said, yeah, we would. So they're a lot further along than we are.
Would
They
that
make
be-
it before we do.
Would that
And here, I put this to you. They have said that if Alta California does, and we succeed, and we liberate the U.S., they want to join us, okay? Because they said that to us. They want to join the Californians back together. What I'm putting to you is this. What if they get there first? What if they liberate and unify the Baja Peninsula before we get there? Are we willing to follow them into our independence?
Why
They're
not?
willing to follow us. Are we willing to follow them?
Why not?
I hope so. I sure hope so.
Within the context of the United States, what do you think is the best strategy for building support among Latinx people here who can vote?
Basically, I think it's already been enunciated. That is to say, you know, what are why do they have these problems here in California? Because it's part of the U.S., but what if it wasn't? What if it wasn't? What if we had the ability to do something different, do something new, okay, rather than just be, you know, dragged along on the U.S. train forever? What if we finally got up out of the bilge and said, you know what, we're tired of bathing in federal bilge water, okay? We're tired of bathing in the bilge. So yeah, my basic pitch to them is always the same as with BLM, etc. Why do we have this problem? It's like you keep having to fight over and over and over and over. It's because California is part of the U.S. But what if it wasn't? That's how I build my support. What if it wasn't part of the U.S.? What if we were able to start over?
But just as with the indigenous people, there would have to be something to say, hey, this is not going to be as bad as the US. We have concrete philosophies, approaches, policies, whatever, that are going to try to make sure that it doesn't end up the same way the US.
Yeah, my approach is even more basic than that. That is to say, you know, you're dropping a very small drop in the federal bucket, but you're a whole lot of water in the California bucket. Okay, you will have so much more power to set the agenda in California than you do in the U.S. You will be in a better position to answer that question yourselves.
Maybe the point to be made here is this is where you need to point out that it's different, the Californians are different than Americans in terms of their politics. that no matter what, I always remind people, who's going to be voting in California? The people who are there now. And then says the California government will, in other words, the tribes know that the California government will be more liberal and more liberal to them. It already is. Let's not forget, tribal members are citizens of California now. They vote in California elections now. They participate in California politics now.
And we have a track record of defending their sovereignty, not just from the days of our earlier independence, but we passed Proposition 5, and when it was found to be conflicting with the California Constitution, we amended that Constitution with Prop 1A, confirming that we have deep respect for their sovereignty.
But I do want to remind you that, again, I'll tell you, this is the voice you're going to hear from a hell of a lot of people in tribal governments and Native American tribes in general. They really treasure the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They really treasure Aid for Native Americans, which is part of Health and Human Services, and they really treasure Indian Health Service. And also the Solicitor General, which is because if you didn't know, Native American tribes, years before they could afford to pay for attorneys, they would depend on the United States government to defend their rights in court. So, those four institutions are important. Someone made some comments about tribal governments not being representative stuff. You cannot make a statement so broad and as that in many, or as far as tribal memberships go. And also, I would point out a lot of tribes run into serious internal troubles because somebody will say this group of family. I was involved in a tribal dispute like this as a lawyer, because it all came down to whether one Leonard Prescott, who was a Union Army scout, by the way, in the 1860s, was one full or one half Dakota Indian. Now, I was whether it's 1/2 or 1/4. That's right, 1/2 or 1/4. Why? Because this would determine blood quantum in a whole body of people who were his descendants.
Which goes to prove that they don't have the most basic right of a sovereign nation, that is to determine who it is not and is not a citizen.
Yeah, but I'm telling you is that the Shakopee Indians, by the way, at the time had the second highest amount of revenue for any Indian tribe or per capita Indian tribe. So the Shakopee, Minnewakanton, Dakota had the second highest amount of per capita income of any Indian tribe. So being a tribal member was a real major amount of money we're talking about. And I could tell you that this was the problem. As soon as there was money in the way, a lot of people got very greedy and insisted that they want to basically kick other people out of their tribe. And I've been in several cases. I remember one where there was gunfire exchanged involving tribal membership. So in other words, my experience says that no tribes are not prepared to determine their memberships, because, and there's another thing.
Well,
you got the Indian Civil Rights Act, which is it's federal code, but the trouble is, the courts have stated that Indian Civil Rights Act does not apply. It doesn't waive sovereign immunity of Indian tribes, and therefore it's very, very difficult to ever make the Indian Civil Rights Act do anything because of that problem of sovereign immunity. So, yeah.
I think the issue that you address is certainly real, and I've certainly seen reservations that were, very split along factional lines. And this is why I think it's very important that they are talking about having this intertribal council of elders that will decide disputes between tribes or factions within tribes, because sometimes you do need those kinds of things. But I do think it's important that these be councils of indigenous people.
Well, the bureaus do that. I mean, I think that the Bureau of Indian Affairs, if you didn't know, The Bureau of Indian Affairs has for many years, in fact, that was the Mancari case, Morton versus Mancari, which the Bureau of Indian Affairs has been able to have a Indian preference hiring policy for decades. And today the Bureau of Indian Affairs has more tribal members in it than probably any other, certainly on a percentage basis, than any other body in the United States government.
But the problem is that the BIA has so little power compared to the Bureau of Land Management or the other departments within the Interior Department.
It
And
depends on what
they're-
reservation you're talking about.
Well-
BLM is only going to be important in the West. And where I'm from, the Minnesota, forget it. BLM doesn't play a role at all.
Well, yes, there's a lot of variety, absolutely.
That's what I remind people.
Right, but I think that we're on the right track with this Intertribal Council of Elders to make
Yep.
those kinds of decisions rather
That's,
than
Well,
Yeah.
I would leave it to our
Yeah.
beloved, I would leave it to our Native friends to decide for themselves what government they want.
Yeah, but that's what they evidently have decided, that they want this Council of Elders.
Well, they'll form it
Yeah, that's
themselves.
actually
in due
how
course.
Native nations have actually operated their governance
Right.
for like centuries, eons, is a council of elders.
Uh-huh.
And that's like the Bureau of Native Affairs or Indian Affairs. I mean, racist is that? But it not only is not even PC, but it's a federal thing, and as we all know, the federal government of America has left and right made treaties with the Native nations and then refused to uphold them and done things like, yeah, we recognize that we just screwed you and we just voted that we don't care. And that's the end of it. The Native gets screwed and that's it.
And that's
End of
why
story.
That's not true.
we just replicate.
You read a case like United States versus Sioux Nation, for instance, which concerns the plenary power of Congress over Indian
Okay,
tribes.
maybe there are 2 or 3 examples.
Oh, I
where
give you many
America has not
examples.
totally
Pyramid Lake Paiutes. I mean, I could give you many examples where you see our system being being the only defense that Native American people actually have. And also and there's also quite a few battles between state governments and Indian tribes. And Public Law 280 was a good example of that. And there's a whole bunch of cases. Like I said, it's I'm going to speak up here because it's people make a lot of generalizations about Native government, and also, frankly, federal agencies. And then of course on top of that, there's also some very important NGOs out there, Native American Rights Fund, for instance. That also participate in protecting, and also providing autonomy and not the autonomy agency for Native people.
Well, certainly the BIA has improved dramatically in recent decades, but it is still ultimately based on the colonial model. And I think we ought to be very wary of not setting up a similar type of thing that is going to be imposed on the indigenous Californians.
But I'm telling you is that if you talk to most Native people, especially people in tribal government, their number one concern will be stability. They know the system they've got, and they know what's there, and they know how to deal with it. I mean,
indigenous people we've been talking to in Return California have been saying their concern is to be able to return to the places that they performed their ceremonies and rituals, and to be able to engage once again in the practices by which they stewarded their territories. Saying it's very insulting. to
I think it's a
very
huge thing to
insulting
point out that
to
what we're dealing
that
with is
what the
California.
colonizers said that this was just wildland. They says no, we've been caring for it from the get, and now we can't do it no more. Hence
And
the urgency of the
Yeah, and I
return.
can tell you that the Bureau is actually one of the strongest spokespeople under normal circumstances. Now, I don't know how things are going under Trump, and I bet you a lot of people have left over the years. But I can tell you, like, for instance, when I worked at the tribe, EPA was actually really great at coming up all the time. They would come up from their office in Chicago all the way up to northern Wisconsin, and they were fantastic for helping, address issues, environmental issues, native wildlife protection issues, things like that. Fish and Wildlife Service. God, there's just so many. Good people and good agencies in the federal government.
But that's still in the context that nationwide, indigenous people own about 1% of the land. And so what we hope is going to happen in an independent California is that there's going to be substantially more land than that under indigenous control. Now, there are all sorts of ways to negotiate what's going to happen with that land. You want to put limitations on that. It can't just be exploited. And so, just for economic gain. And so all of those kinds of things can be part of the negotiation. But if we look worldwide, the best husbanding of the environment is lands that are under indigenous control. This is true intercontinental.
Do you know why Native American reservations are in title of the United States of America with Trust for Native American Tribes? Does anyone here know why that is?
Well, they're based on the treaties, of course.
No. The simple reason is because they're federal type, now this is legal. I'll explain very briefly. In a trust, you have legal title, who is the actual person who owns it, and then you have the beneficiary, who's a beneficial title. And Indian reservation lands are uniformly this way. Federal government owns the title to the land, while beneficial title is to the tribe. Now, it so happens that the reason why so much Native American land wound up in the hands of non-Indians was because it wound up in the hands of Native American people as individuals, who were then taxed and unable to pay the taxes and lost their land.
Well,
and then it was
the Allotment Act had a lot to do with it also. It wasn't just that.
No, it was allotments, and as a reason, because of allotments. But so that's the reason why we have what we call tribal trust land. Now, when you talk about California becoming independent, it's absolutely vital that that continue because it maintains, or the other alternatives, of course, is that it's very clear that Native American tribes are sovereign from local taxation. One of those two things are absolutely vital. But I know that in my experience, Native American leaders, and I'm talking about government leaders, about official elected leaders, that they'd be very concerned about any disturbance, to what they're used to.
What I want to make clear is that the situation is going to be much, much better for them than the present system. So that's why it's very important to negotiate these things with the indigenous groups and the tribal governments to make clear that this sort of stuff doesn't get perverted.
But I remind you that historically, Native American people have not been able to hire so much as an attorney. I'll give you a brief story. I was over at the reservation, at the one grocery store on the reservation, and I heard someone saying, "Did you hear about the tribal chairman's new car? He's got a new car." Yeah, well, I see that's all that money he's stealing from us, and blah, blah, blah. So I go over one day to see Don Moore. Don, I hear you got a new car. Oh, yeah, it's about 3 years old. It's a Buick. It works way better than my last one. I needed to go down to all those meetings I got to go down to. So his new car is a 3 or 4 year old beater, right? It's just a reliable car.
Okay.
So and then on top of that, another story. And then if you go further back in history, well, actually another one. I remember a Native American friend telling me about how she shot deer with a 22 caliber rifle. I'm from Minnesota. Deer rifles are 30 caliber, 30-06. I said, how can you shoot a deer how can you kill a deer with a 22 rifle? Isn't that just going to wound it? Just not if you hit it in the head.
Right.
So you can hit you're hitting a live deer in the head with a 22 caliber rifle reliably. Yep.
And
why would you do that? Because the ammunition is cheaper. So in other words, Native American people have got rights to try to kill deer, but they have to have the means to kill deer. So they're using the cheapest form of ammunition with the cheapest gun you could possibly use to take the deer and actually make their right useful. And this is what life is really like for Native people. And this is why, believe me, if it weren't for the fact the United States had title to all that land, a lot more of it would have gone away, because they knew that no one was going to defend it from the states and the counties and just, large corporations that have the political system in their pocket.
Right. Okay, so we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. And
Yeah.
that's where the design of the programs is really important. But I think rather than looking at the indigenous people as beneficiaries, they should be seen as the original owners of the land, and this land is being returned. So it's not just something that they are seen as, oh, well, this is owned by the California Republic and Native Californians are beneficiaries of that land. I think that's a very dangerous road to go down. I don't think we should build on the colonial model. The Harvard biologist, Edward O. Wilson, published a book recently called Half Earth. And he said that the only way that we are going to survive without ecological catastrophe is to turn over half of all land area on Earth back to nature. Now, I think this is a perfect example in California to be able to negotiate with indigenous groups to do precisely that. And I think that would go in accord with a lot of the traditional values of indigenous people. And this would be our best opportunity to do something like that. So I would hope that in these negotiations, that those environmental concerns would be right up there at the forefront.
Well, let me tell you something about wildlife protection. The reservation I was on actually had a tribal hatchery where they actually raised walleye eggs and things like that. And employed a couple of people doing that job, by the way. Now, that was paid for, by the way, by the United States government, I should point out to you, right? This was a federally funded program to produce the eggs. And then the eggs were actually handed to the State Department of Natural Resources. And this is how wildlife protection works on the other side. We had tribal game wardens who work with state game wardens. You know what I'm saying here? Who work the United States Fish and Wildlife Service. You have to have cooperation. And that's what's evolved over a period with a lot of memorandums of understandings over the years. But it's not so much because of the cooperation. I should point out, there's not been as difficult as you think. It actually hasn't been that difficult. It's just been, once the rights, particularly once the off-reservation to Native Americans was established, at that point, it became quite simple to establish, a reasonable system. And today, as I recognized it, they all work together.
Okay, but you know that Indian law is a morass of intricacies and conflicts and different levels that almost become incapacitating for tribes to try to be able to do some things. And again, I don't think we should replicate this sort of system. I think, we should be talking about a national, if it's the nation of California or the nation of Pacifica or whatever it's going to be, that it should be a direct national representation, negotiation with the indigenous groups. and then they should have direct representation in the legislature, whatever it's going to be, the Senate or, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so
California Indigenous Congress. That's the proposal.
I'm sorry, what?
I say California Indigenous Congress. That is the proposal.
Okay, right.
Interesting. They applied their own model. That is to say, the Council of Elders, a sort of Loya Jirga, if you would, that they've used as a judicial model. Okay, a Council of Elders is basically a judicial thing.
Right.
To settle disputes within and between the nations.
Right.
And
well,
they'll have more. They'll have that, but they'll have other things that they're doing. Like you say, representation. Now, as far as the tribal governments go, they're all based on what they call the Grand Council. The Grand Council is basically entire reservation meetings. And I've talked to some people going up to there, and it's not something they want to do, but they figure, oh well, we got it. Okay, we got it. We got to put our, you know, participate in the council of the entire reservation, and then they elect executive officers, and they can be indigenous or not indigenous. You know, it's up to them. A lot of them have
Exactly,
elected
but it's up to them. It's their decision. They get to make the choice.
That's right. That's right. And
that's the key
that
thing.
would be right. That would be the case in their organ of the government of the California Republic, to make certain that that we don't trample on their sovereignty, because of course their sovereignty is prior to ours. Okay, in the legal system in the United States, you've got U.S. states and you've got the reservations, both of which have sovereignty prior to the U.S. And hence the states, as U.S. states, do not have much of a say over what goes on the reservations unless the federal government chooses to give it to them. And the thing about that is it's not theirs to give.
Right.
Okay, it's not the federal government's to give. They have the prior sovereignty. So we become independent. We've got to recognize that their sovereignty is prior to ours and deal with it as such. And there are complications, some of which have been mentioned already. There are disputes within the sovereign nations. There are disputes between the sovereign nations. And so you need a body that they all recognize that's indigenous, and based on their indigenous laws and practices that they recognize, that they set up to adjudicate these disputes.
As to the American model, where it's each tribal government has to go to the federal government or has to go to the state government. It's so complex, and it's just dangerous. I mean, I agree with what Hannah was saying about it's so much better than it used to be, but still it's a colonial model.
It is a colonial model. Whereas what they propose, what I propose, various people propose, is that it not be a colonial body, that it be, you know, their house of our California national government, that they set up, okay, that they set up to deal with us. Okay, it says here's the indigenous nations, here's the rest of California. And that they set up to be able to dispute, you know, to resolve disputes both within and between nations, because there's a ton of them. That's why there's nobody has a reservation west of the Yubiatam in the entire San Gabriel Valley, because they can't agree on who has the title to the missions of the San Gabriel that was first established during our Mexican period. They're still disputing over which one of, you know, and this goes back to what I was saying about the Mexican regulation to secularize the mission lands. They still haven't agreed to whom it's going to be secularized. They got no less than 4 separate bands, two of which call themselves Tongva, one of which calls himself Quiche, which they claim is a prior thing, and the other says, well, we're Gabrielino, okay? We have the title. So they got no less than 4 separate bands, and that's why they don't have a reservation. They haven't been able to agree on who's in and who's out of that nation.
And
They
that's
got
why-
real in us.
and that's
That's
why it's so
There's let me give you another example of between nations. Okay, this is a dispute within a nation. Between nations, the Sacramento River Delta is held as sacred by about 4 or 5 different ones. Okay, the Neeson and the Miwok, etc., the Pomo, all hold the Delta to be sacred land, which they held in common. Back in the day, they held in common. They would all go draw water and everything off of the Delta, blah blah blah. And now there are disputes as to, well, would this be this water rights accrue to whom? Okay, and they're separate nations. So you got that problem too. Big problem arose not in California but over the Big Mountain, which was sacred to both the Hopi and the Dene. And a BIA, I believe, ruled it to belong to the Hopi in order that they would kick the Dene guardians off of it, so that they could that they could mine uranium off it. It was a Hopi tribal government that did that, and with the help of the BIA, evicted the Dene elders, and then started to mine uranium, which a lot of Dene and quite a few Hopi found to be appalling. But it was a BIA-supported tribal government of the Hopi. Because prior to that, Big Mountain had been held jointly by the Hopi and the Dene. And they wanted to put an end to it so that they could mine uranium. And this was an outside force. So yeah, I'm real aware of where this could go if it goes sideways. That's why I'm trying to get it to where it's not going to go sideways, to where they will have their own organ that will be able to prevent these sorts of things from happening, because it is needed badly.
Right.
I say anybody who's familiar with the morass west of us knows that. That's why there are no reservations, because they can't agree on who would get the reservation.
Yeah.
Or
Or even
water
when
rights to the Delta are so precarious.
Yeah, even when they have a reservation. For example, I had a Pala student from the Southern California Pala Reservation in my class on Native American history, and he and his whole extended family were disenrolled by the tribal government when, you know, it was obvious they had complete full-blood Pala ancestry, but yet it was a factionalized situation, and the tribal government disenrolled those people quite unjustly. And so that's why it's so important to have this intertribal council as
exactly
a judicial appeal.
Yeah, this judiciary body, an indigenous judiciary body, to be able, because what they could do, let's say a bunch of people got kicked out of the nation, they got disenfranchised, et cetera, like you're saying. They don't need some sort of colonial blood quantum shit to protect them. What they need is an indigenous body they can go to and says, hey, we were kicked out unjustly.
Right.
And appeal it. And it's an indigenous, and it has the recognition of the indigenous nations. They set it up so that they can do that. They also set it up to adjudicate land and water rights and all that sort of thing. I think one of the first things that would happen is that when we hand the San Bernardino Mountains back to the Uviatam Forest, San Bernardino National Forest, they're going to look at Strawberry Creek Pipeline that Nexus is using to suck that thing dry as a bye-bye. You know, we're taking out the pipeline and putting the water where it should go, into the aquifer that Arrowhead Springs feeds. Okay. So
What
I kind of
is their approach going to be to water rights? Have they finalized anything?
Well, basically, that's one of the things, the water rights issue, that's one of the reasons they need to be part of our national government. Okay, so that they can be negotiating, you know, the California Indigenous Congress can be negotiating with the rest of the California government over those very issues. Okay, so they would be running the areas that were returned to them outright, and they would be negotiating with the rest because they're not going to give up on the rest of California. They're very adamant that they're not going to stand for California to be divided between a settler colonial Israel and an indigenous Palestine. No, that ain't, they're like, to me, they says, get rid of that map and we'll talk. Get rid of that map that says we're going to be two separate countries. We're not going to be a bunch of Palestinians. Okay, that's not happening.
How are they discussing the idea of having direct representation in the National Assembly or the National whatever?
You mentioned, was it you that mentioned the idea of a council of elders? Again, that's a traditional judicial body.
No,
So
I'm not talking about the Council of Elders. I'm talking about, would there be direct, say for example, in the California Republic Senate, would there be direct representation of representatives or senators from the indigenous people as a part of the Senate body?
It would be its own body. It would be its separate body. Here's what happened in Bolivia.
But I'm not talking about the Indigenous Congress. I'm talking about, say, the Assembly of the Republic of California. Have they talked about direct representation in that, like electing 2 senators to from indigenous groups to be a permanent part of the California legislature?
If they do that, if they have reserved seats in the California legislature rather than their own separate branch of government, this is what I'm talking about.
Have both.
If they, well, here's the problem. I mean, and of course they're going to also vote as, citizens of the republic. So they'll be represented in our assembly. They'll also be, have their own branch of government, the CIC, or Council of Elders, or Loya Jirga, whatever they want to call it. However they want to organize it, up to them. But it would be their own separate branch of government, because here's why. I'll give you an example of exactly what you're talking about. And that is Bolivia before it fell. Okay, the Plurinational Republic of Bolivia. They did have seats reserved to the indigenous territories in the National Assembly of Bolivia. Okay, they did that, exactly what you're talking about. Very few. Okay, not that many. They didn't have that many representatives. They're rather like the Scots and the Welsh in the UK. They're always outvoted. Okay, that's why you need to have a separate branch of the government, so they won't be outvoted.
No, I agree.
If you,
but can you have both?
Well, and that's why I would like to see an independent California possibly look into grant them, extend them wholly equal citizenship. Is it radical, something that hasn't been done before? Yeah. Could it actually solve a lot of these problems before they ever come up? Yeah.
They already have that.
And you could their citizenship right now is, it is a technical citizenship, but look at their ability to govern themselves. Like they really are not citizens of the United States democracy at all. And a lot of the way that the U.S. is built, a lot of the native reservations and policies around native populations has been specifically to keep them out of the loop and feeling like they may be getting somewhere while ultimately just providing means to keep them down. And so I'm totally for, let them have a tribal government within our government, specifically for tribal stuff, because, they understand that a lot better than we do, and we would be foolish to assume that we would know well enough on any of that, right? So, have a tribal government wholly representative and equal in our government, but have them still be, like a native guy on a reservation right now would have the same exact status and rights and access to things that I have right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You gotta keep in mind that a lot of them don't live on the reservation, even though they have the right to do so, and even though
Yeah.
they have titles on the reservation, a lot of them don't live there. A lot of them don't live
Yeah.
there.
And from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, a lot of that has to do with the fact that those reservations have been kind of left to ruin somewhat, and not mainly by the native folk, but because it's, owned by the federal government.
Yeah, it is. That's right. It's held in trust by it's the settler colonial model. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
As it pointed out, it's the settler colonial model.
one of
When
the
they set reservations up, they took the hindmost of the land and says, oh, okay, you can have these hills over here that you can't really grow anything on. That's why when they got back to Sacred Springs at Arrowhead, the first thing that they said was that, okay, you see these bungalows that, Humphrey Bogart and Esther Williams and all these people used to vacation in and all that. We're moving in. We run out of housing space on the reservation, so we're moving in. We just ran out.
Matt,
it is a settler colonial model.
Yeah.
We need something that isn't.
Right. But Matt, I do think it is very important because historically in the United States, a big part of the problem is that there was not direct representation in the Congress of Native people. And you just have, what was the Cheyenne guy's name? Ben Whitehorse? I forgot. But anyway, he was, he was a representative from Colorado, and he had to do what a congressperson has to do to represent his constituency. He wasn't a representative of the tribes, and we need representatives of the tribes in the Congress or in the Senate or whatever the legislature is going to be. And I think that's critically important to do that in addition to the Congress that you were talking about, which I think is a great idea.
Yeah. Well, take for example James Ramos's assembly district. He was elected representative of the whole district. Before that, he was on the San Bernardino County Board of Supes. And you look at that supervisorial district, and you look at the assembly district. They're all in their ancestral territory. Okay, those districts are all on Uviatom land. So it's quite remarkable that a Uviatom has actually got non-Uviatom to vote him up to represent people most of whom are not indigenous, but on that indigenous land. It's quite an achievement.
And it is remarkable because it's so unusual. And so what I think we need to be doing is to design it from the very beginning that there's going to be guaranteed representation. Because if somebody just happens to be elected from, what's her name, Hagelin now from New Mexico. Okay, so she has to worry about her constituency that elected her.
Same like Dave Ramos does.
Yes.
Oh, exactly.
Okay, but what we need is a guarantee that there are going to be at least X amount of senators in the legislature that are going to be elected from the indigenous groups. That's what
they do in Bolivia. That's what they do in Bolivia. They have certain districts that are reserved to the indigenous people that are there.
How did that work in Bolivia?
Well, what it worked is that there are very few. Because there are not that many. I say there aren't that many indigenous. And so and also I think there was some gerrymandering that went on to actually cut down on the number of indigenous reserved territories, because that's the big divide between the two halves of Bolivia, eastern and western Bolivia, is that one part is largely indigenous, but
Okay, do you
The other
think
part
that it
isn't.
would work here in California?
That's the big conflict. That's the big conflict. That was why the victory of the MAIS and Amaya was so remarkable, because it was the entire constituency of the Republic that did, the guy who's just deposed. Oh, what's his name? Not Amaya. Almost did.
Okay, well, do you think this kind of model would work in California?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's the example we have to go on, is the fact that even though they control a lot of territory, when it came down to apportion representatives to their federal, their national government, they didn't get that many. There's a few. There's not proportionally there aren't as many indigenous representatives, or weren't indigenous when they had a government. You know, instead of this, Evo Morales.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, during the Morales administration, they didn't have that many, representing them. They had the national president, but when it came to the legislative body, he didn't have that strong a representation, actually, because there aren't that many of them, even though they control half the country. There weren't that many of them, vis-a-vis. And this has always been a problem.
Important for there to be at least some, as opposed to none, which is what often happens in.
Yeah, there's some, yeah. They're less represented. Let me put it to you this way. They were less represented in the Bolivian legislature than either Scots or Welsh are in Westminster. Okay? They were less represented than either Scots or Welsh are in Westminster.
Hey guys, let me just cut in real quick. I'm gonna have to go. I wish I could continue this conversation, but my phone and my headset are both gonna die. So, but yeah, man, the Google group. I would really like us to start a topic in the Google group so that we could totally like hammer this all out. And if possible, could we get some native folks to come and hey, if they don't like what they're hearing us saying, we need to know that. That's good for us so that we can change it, so that we're not doing and saying things that they're going to hate, right?
Yeah, we do need them here. We absolutely need them here.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's.
Yeah, so I'm going to go for now, but great meeting. Oh my God, this talk this has been awesome, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Well, Matt, this is why I think the work that you are doing and others is so important. And to get this in right at the beginning, central to the planning of what an independent California would be.
Mm-hmm. And like I say, all I did was I got a couple of rejections. Those rejections by indigenous people forced us to try to think the thing through a little more, and out pops Independent Return California, and out pop these listening sessions and so on. And we intend to keep going.
Good.
We do.
Yeah, and please invite me to any and all of those. I would love to learn more.
They've moved to Zoom, which is the good news, okay? That's the last list. The first was in person. Then came the pandemic. And, the last thing we want to do is cause another pandemic amongst indigenous people. That would not help them much. So we did the next one on Zoom, and it went off like clockwork, just like these. It was modeled on our Zoom conferences here. We did one there at Return, and it went beautifully. I think that the Zoom conferences do act to greatly increase participation. You got, unlike a phone conversation, you got two communication lines. You've got voice and video, and you got texting. Okay, so you can make parenthetical notes without having to talk over one another, which I think is fantastic. because you want to say something about something, but you got this other thing going on here, so you can just enter it into the chat box. Okay, so it has really facilitated our communication a lot. And
Well, like Jason, I have to go also, but thank you so much for everybody for your participation today. It's been great.
yes, I should skedaddle myself. So thanks everyone, and look forward to catching up with you in a couple weeks, if not sooner.
Great. Bye-bye.
Hey, Viva Gran California.
Viva Grande California.
Okay,
Okay, bye-bye.
bye.
All right, bye.